But anyway, so when we last left off, we had just finished the twins' path with Kryl and Grahatia and Y'shtola. Now we are going to head over to Thancred, Estinian, and Urianger and take a trip to Thavnair, which should be really cool. Yeah. So I'm going straight into it. For Thavnair bound, yeah. And he's offering, that's right, he was offering me, like, food. In comparison to the twins who are offering me gear. He's like, here's two Amara lassies. Or Amara lassies. Whatever. I have Kryl's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetherite. Oh, lucky you. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would be a waste of time we do not have. Kryl is of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered the, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moenbrita. Moenbrita was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Ah. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last, as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. I mean, I understand to an extent. Oh hey, I have a friend here. I've been in situations where I'm kind of like, I really probably should say something, but I don't know what to say, so I kind of just don't say anything. Oh, I should have gone up, shouldn't I? Nothing quite as serious as what Urianger's dealing with, but still, I know the feeling to an extent. Kite! Hello! Well now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl and the students of Aldesian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome! Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard. Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? Oh no. A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. We're not gonna end up in Thavner, are we? For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly? That changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Charlian, and the other over in Yedlamad, a port town in Thavner. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzat Han, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. These magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Yeah, this seems sketchy. This seems really sus. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the livestream. I wonder why. In the statistically unlikely event, quote unquote, that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Kryle truly knows how to pick them. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Bloida not present today? Oh, didn't you hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. There's just no shot that this goes well. I mean, I don't know. I don't think they seem concerned enough. He said he has his reservations. I'm sorry, I just moved my mic really hard. I don't know. Alright. Right, we're all set. Just the 4 of you, was it?
Yeah. 俺は現地で交換してるから自力で飛べる。
3. I am already attuned to the crystal in Thavner.
検体が減っちゃうのは残念だな。
You are? Oh, I would have preferred more test subjects.
しょうがないか。それじゃ残りの3人だけこっちに並んでくれる？
Oh well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
その辺で OK。 起動するからリラックスして待っててね。
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath and I'll soon have you soaring through the aether.
Oh, 言い忘れてた。
Oh, here we go. Oh, and one last thing.
これで転移するとちょっとだけエーテル酔いがきついからお大事にね。
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck! Hey, wait a minute. Alright, where are we ending up? Old Charlian. Oh? Maybe worked.
ラザハンの都を有するサベネア島。北上海の南東に浮かぶその豊かな島では、
Rising
異
from
種族
the
同士の
southeast
戦いと
waters of the
衝突
bounty.
が繰り返されてきた。
Sorry, I see the text is a
そ
little
の
cut
度
off
に
there.
文化は混ざり合い、独自の発展を遂げている。ながら、
There you go.
彼らの用いる錬金術のようだ。一つの国として安定してからは、中立を宣言し、侵略者を寄せつけずにいるが、さて。極彩式の島を悪意が塗りつぶし始めている。お前たちはそれをそれを
He's fine. Of course. Oh, nope. There he goes.
本当にどうにかできるのか?
Avner. Back down there. Listen. I've seen fair faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Listen, go ahead and get a head start. We'll catch up.
とりあえず飲み物でも買ってくる。そのまま待っていろ。
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Nah. クルルからの指示書に書き添えてあったんだが。
Oh, I love that. A screenshot. There was a note with Carl's instructions.
エスティニアンは金銭感覚があれだから。
Oh no.
一人で買い出しはさせるな。
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin. Oh. Am I all better now? You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your conditions, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Oh, buddies. Hang in there. Try not to puke. Should probably attune. Oh. Oh god. Oh, it's just reducing movement speed. Listen, boys. I know it was a hell of a night. I'll go and try to make sure Estinian doesn't buy too much Picari sweat. Oh god, I'm out of the circle. Oh, there he is. You there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with aether sickness. By the Minutia, a traveler. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amralassi. Oh, okay. Now I see why we get that reward. Gotcha. Made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavner, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. You know what? Probably what it is on the market board anyway. I'll buy it. The price is high road robbery. Yes, it is. But so is a lot of stuff in this game. If you want materials or equipment or any kind of minions or whatever, it's all highway robbery. And you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you would cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. Use deny. Okay. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Oh god, we're letting him wander. As long as he's not wandering the markets. Alright, boys. I've got the Picari sweat. We'll be back in tip-top shape in no time. Oh, this is special Amralassi. Made with only the finest and freshest ingredients. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to the Anastinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. See, like I said, in no time. Listen, in my opinion, Picari Sweat doesn't taste all that good, but it works wonders. That lassie truly worked wonders. It's an acquired taste, as they say. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Oh. Okay. I have bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? Sorry, my throat's a little... a local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. Oh. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. Excuse me. Oh god, I've got the hiccups now. No! 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. Or you bought a hairband. Oh, god. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphanaut could hold a candle to you. Expected the Azure Dragon to put up more of a fight. Doesn't it seem excessive here? God, that's gonna annoy me. I am inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavner as its dominion, the nation of Radzat Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. Oh! Elephant boy. Or lady. Elephant person. These hiccups! In the beginning, there were the Arkasadara. A Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distant did emerge. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna hold my breath here. Okay, hopefully that helped. Sorry about that, jeez. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make it a trading power of Radzehan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so. That opportunistic pricing is rampant, doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kryl's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlamad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. We actually got to the location. That's that's pretty impressive for this experimental aetherite technology. I'm just shy of that level. Oh my gosh. I need literally less than 10,000 experience. Ugh. But this'll do it. Hand gear coffer. Okay. His stomach behaving once more, Thancred is ready to get to work. On low tide. Right. Let us split up and make inquiries in town. Seishuku, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the aetherite. Off-putting, though the mere sight of it may be. Alright. Oh, gemstone trader. Yay! Cool. Have that when I'm ready to do my fate grinds and stuff. No way I can get to those islands over there, right? No. That's a bummer. Ooh, there's the tower. See, these like super barrier things that they put around all the areas now, even in like the vanilla towns and areas, have really they've really interfered with my desire to explore everything, including, you know, like outside the maps and stuff, which I know they don't want you to do, but I'm a huge I'm a huge fan of, like, what's outside this map? What secrets, you know, lie underneath the map and way out in the distance, and can I actually get to these islands? You know, I don't know why, but I get a kick out of it, so. And there were a few places you used to be able to do it, but not anymore. Not that I know of, at least. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels further away. Compared to other ports you visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Let's chat with this guy before I go to that. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like, Kalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kazal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. Crate of fruit. Crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. Well now, if it isn't a traveler. You're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narudner. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. Just little extra dialogue, I guess. The Dalmaskins aren't coming? But we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't gonna help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. You can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Ugh, but this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all of these things, Kazal. I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsuya, and I'm here to see Kazal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Where'd you go, little buddy? There you are. You okay? You need to talk about something? Yes, can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazal too, did you? I'm Matsuya, a fisherman of, Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. Hey! Level 81! first level into the new expansion. Let's go. A fisherman's friend. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. Same, buddy. Same. I've only ever dealt with Kozal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know and we can begin at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. Okay. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Oh, okay. You'll do it then. You'll show me how to deal with customers. Ah, I'm in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yeldamad. Or Yedlamad. I will observe you and learn. Okay. Being accompanied. That's a big thing in this expansion, isn't it? We're being accompanied a lot. Alright. Well, I'm not very good with people either, but I guess my Warrior of Light is doing well enough with strangers. I have big social anxiety. Big. Massive even. Gargantuan, you might say. Colossal. Yes? Should I go salesman or should I go... try to butter him up a little. I'll just go straight salesman, I guess. I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh. But this is rather sudden. I don't need any fish right now, so thanks, but no thanks. Oh, okay, I should have buttered him up a little bit. Never mind. It never goes well the first time. I'm sure you'll fare better with the next customer. Ah! Something, I'm bad with people. Alright. Where are you? Oh, I was like... Oh, you're way over there. Okay. Oh, will you follow me if I jump here? Yeah, you will. Okay. Alright. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. But not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Ooh. You sure you're actually hungry? I don't know if this is like, are you sure you're actually hungry, or is it, are you sure you're actually hungry? I don't know, like, you know. I'll try it. You know, when I think on it, I'm not so sure. Rather than hungry, perhaps I've been feeling unfulfilled, and I try to fill the void by gorging on food I like. I've been there. Do you like fish? Fish? I do like fish, as a matter of fact. Why do you ask? Here we go. Oh, so you're a fishmonger. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Seeing as you're here, do you happen to have, akyali sardine? They're perfect in a spicy soup. Hell yeah. We certainly do, madam. And if you like it spicy, I also recommend them pickled in oil with a generous amount of chilies. Oh, that does sound like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind at first, but I dare say I'll enjoy these. Thank you. Alright, we're not a total failure. 50% success rate is pretty good, all things considered. You're coming way up here. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, my stomach. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. For that, I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. Oh. Should I put it on Matsuya? Maybe kind of get him in there a little bit, get him talking. Or maybe he'd blow it. I don't know. No, I'll keep going. Aye, well, fish wouldn't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. Damn it. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass on your fish. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. I should have left it to Matsuya. Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. I didn't do very good there, did I? Well, I'll try to think about it this way. Even though I probably could have made all 3 sales in the game, in the real world, if you have a 33% success rate in sales, that's pretty good. I mean, this isn't much different from, like, if you were to go, like, door to door trying to sell something. If a third of those people actually bought something off you, that's really good. So, I don't know. But I know the game obviously had options to make 3 sales. Whoops. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell, to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail to... Hey, alright, calm down. But there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kozal soon. Oh, I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsuya? Kozal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. No ships coming in and hardly any going out. There simply aren't any options. At this rate. So, you can't buy my fish anymore. Damn. I'm sorry, Matsuya. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. Poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters is my witness. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage, somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. Now I wish I had made more sales. Now I'm feeling worse about it. Am I gonna fall off this? Into the water? Yeah, I am. Is that centered? Sure. Go with that. Oh. Whew. So you mean to tell me that in these giant maps there's only 4 Aether Currents now? I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? Yeah, the economy is collapsing. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected, discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers, yeah. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth the lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telephoroi. House of Divinities. Matsuya fella you were helping. He's Arcasadara, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arcasadara would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akeli lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Carl's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Uh-oh. There's another blue one. Chocobo. Alright, he can't have gone too far now. You do not see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Turtle! I'm gonna ruin your day, buddy. I discovered another new location? I got two kind of back to back. Oh, up here. Do I want to go fight an elephant? He looks pissed, too. He is not happy. Oh, a hunt. You do not see Matsuya from here, either. No! Leave me alone! Help! Somebody help! Matsuya's voice, and it came from the north. North. Okay. Let's run! Sprint! We gotta go save our boy! I don't have time for you, angry elephant. I gotta go help the elephant man. Oh, hey. Ooh, 3 of them. Well, how about you come over here then? Everybody gather round. Stunning me. No shot. Not even 3 of them. Uh-huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? Oh, I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the, Arcasadara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time, we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, God-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish! Alright, you sold me on the fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akyali? I'm actually not into fish, really, which is not my favorite. Wonderful. Just followed the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akyali. It's a little bit ironic for me, I guess, because like as much as I have traveled and will continue to travel to Japan, like as much as I'm into like the whole Japanese culture and all that, seafood's not really my thing. Not big on it. I've tried it a few times and just over the years, and it's never grown on me. Fortunately, there are plenty of other options over there. So I was never, like, really struggling to find things to eat. They've got tons of stuff. It's not like... I don't know, I think some people are under the impression that that's, like, most of what they eat. And, not really. Like, yeah, it's an island. You're gonna find a lot of fish, but... I'll just talk to Matsuya here. Welcome to Akyali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please, make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga, an old Hasveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. That's convenient. Hey, Kanga? You wish to know about our gods. What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is once you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Destiny's just chilling. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Perk up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Interesting. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces and the Murga the limbs of men. Okay. Interesting religion you got here. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. My apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. Oh, okay. By all means, we should like to see it. Oh, wow. Their name is not coming to mind. The Magus Sisters? I think that's it. Yeah, wow. They're, Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Cinderuva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right, is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest symbol. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a god's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arca Sidara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. Really? You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Radzahan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. Yeah, no kidding. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Kral's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kral's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Oh, but Matya has the next question for me. Interesting. The Great Work. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? Oh, I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Okay, buddy, I'll take good care. I won't swoon after your waifu, I promise. Well, I don't promise yet, but I'll take care not to. That's gonna bug me. I want to keep the inventory as fresh as possible. I was happy to start with 0 out of 140. I know it's going to fill up over time, but I don't know what I want to do with these coffers yet. Using them as gear really is a downgrade for me. But I don't know if I really... I think the chest plate was kind of cool, potentially as glamour. I dyed it like with the pure white, and it looked pretty cool, so maybe I'll do something with that. Oh, hey. I mean, you're doing just fine, but I'll help you out. You got it. Nice. Ah, here we go. Okay, so I gotta kind of gotta wrap around. And then I wonder if I'll be able to get through there. Actually, this might just go under. Yep, okay, never mind. We'll just go under the this little bridge here. Oh, shit. I thought this dude was just, like, drunk or something. I didn't realize everyone was... Oh. In such manner did we find them. What could have befallen these people? If there was a battle, there's a conspicuous lack of blood. What in the world? Ooh. It's the Waking Sands all over again. What happened here?
装いは錬金術師に見えるが、外傷はない。毒を受けたわけでもなさそうだ。
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
つまり眠っているだけと。
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
そうなるな。恋か事故かはわからないが。
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
ああ、
お客様ですね。
Oh, we have guests.
すみません。みんな徹夜続きで限界だったみたいで。
You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. Is that all it is, really?
僕はバルシャン。ラザハン大使に仕えるものです。ちょうど彼らを起こしに来たところなので、お任せください。
I am Varshan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
皆さん、新たな鱗を持ってきました。
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales. Scales?
新しい鱗来たの？
We have new scales? What?
ええ、お待たせしてしまいましたが、追加の鱗をこちらに。
Yes, my friends, gather round. I have them right here.
おお、確かに。これで研究の続きができる。
Oh, happy day! Now I can continue my experiment.
ありがたい。私にも。
So y'all just
今のは竜の鱗か。
y'all just regularly pass out on the dirt while it's raining. Okay. Those are dragon scales.
ええ、彼らに進めてもらっている研究に必要なんです。
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
その通り。私たちはいただいた大いなる竜の鱗とラザハン錬金術の英知を持って必ず完成させる。
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
あの忌々しい塔からのエーテル放射を打ち消す護符をね。
Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. That would be kind of sick.
あれ？その様子だと、もしかしてバルシャンの付き添いじゃないの？
Did
君たち一体どちら様？
did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
じゃあ君がクルルちゃんが紹介で来てくれた光の加護を持つ人なのね。
Of course, you're the one Cryle sent, the warrior of light we've been waiting for.
おお、なんて日だ。マグシンに感謝を。
This is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderuva.
いい風向きだ。ついに完成する。そんな気がする。
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
本当だね。ちょっと寝て頭もすっきりしたし。
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
竜の鱗はどうやって手に入れた？
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
意外ですね。それを気になさるとは。
Curious that it concerns you so.
ご心配なく。あれは大使が正当な契約を持って竜から譲り受けたものです。
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
そうか。ならいい。
And that as well.
もしかして竜に詳しい人？
This is the instant transmission. You must be familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
この槍を覆ってるの、
凝固した流血じゃないか。
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
ねえ、あなた自身も流血を浴びたりしてない？
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
だとしたら採血させてほしいな。
I should like to draw a file or two if so.
おい待て、何を。
Now, see here.
俺たちの仕事場にご招待だ。
I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
やめろ、押すな。
Yamero! Yamero! And he's gone.
ごめんね。鱗と君たちが来てくれたものだから、みんなちょっと興奮してるかも。
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
けど、貴重なサンプルなら悪いようにはしないはず。私たちはその間に奥の部屋で話そっか。
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? We'll just go with it.
私は錬金術師のニッターナ。今回の研究には国中の工房が参加してるんだけど、ここデミールの異列教でのまとめ役をしてるの。
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Cryle. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project, but it is here at the great work where I collate our results.
しばらくの間よろしくね。それじゃあみんなでついてきて。
Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation. In the distance, we just hear a faint echo of Tasukete! Oh, I should have tuned. Before I forget. Oh, for the days when I enjoyed such fervent adoration, but on this occasion, I am glad to entrust the burden of popularity to Estinian. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Cryle herself is tied up with another investigation, Seishuku is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we're still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued the countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon skills prove the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the skills are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the skills provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test. And here's where you and your blessing of light come in. Better than having my blood drawn. What exactly is it that you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I would suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you're ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Okay. I have to wrap way around here, though. Oh, another chocobo keep. No, not teleport. We'll just sprint. I was gonna mount, but... Oh, hey, that's my mount. Let's see. Go all the way around this boy. Drunken Deepa. You see a lantern designed in the local style. Okay. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I'm the warrior of light, bro. I'm fine. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night. The Drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. What are these boots that this lady has on? Oh, okay. The near boots. I should have known. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Okay. Oh. Off it goes. Hop away, my friend. They give you all these capabilities, but they don't give you the capability to just float along. Whatever. Please stand back. Okay. Further back. Okay. Oh! Huh? You're struck by a powerful blast of aether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Please stand back. Way back. Huh? Eh? You were struck by another powerful blast of Aether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding? Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. No poopies for me yet. Where are you going? Get a big half circle. Alright, standing back. Huh? Eh? What? You're struck by yet another powerful blast of Aether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Still at a safe distance over there? You're struck by the strongest blast of Aether yet, but survived completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Alright, here's your lantern. Oh, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Having exhausted all of its Aether, the drunken Deepa is now having a well-earned rest. Cute. Thank you. I shall replenish its Aether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your Aether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. Shadowed footsteps. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we've exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spiritweed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arcasadora travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. Okay. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajia's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Alright. I'll jump on them out there for that. Oh, excuse me. There it is. Like I said, I got a nap in, but I didn't sleep. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out! Hey! Stop that. Knock it off. Okay, here we go. Now I get the 270. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Yeah. They weren't shit. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Oh. Just through these pillars and up the rise. He was a tank, so that would have taken him a minute. Not that he would have struggled at all, it just would have taken him longer. Figure speed up his questing a little bit. Pisaka. Oh, you got a tongue. Oh. Okay, see ya. Hey, what'd that tongue do? And here we are. Katja's footsteps. Katja was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit wheat grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. It's kind of pretty. Ooh, look at that. Beautiful.
そう、あれがラザハンの都よ。残念ながら塔ができてからは限界態勢に入ってるけどね。
Yes, that would be Radzahan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
みんなきっと不安に思いながら閉じこもってる。商いも難しい状態だって聞くし、大主様もさぞ苦労なさってるんじゃないかな。
The fearful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap the trials he must be facing. Tell me of the satrap.
どんな、そうだね。ラザハンにおいて一番重要な人かな。
Well, he is the most important person in Razahan.
大昔、この島には2羽のマタンガが暮らしていたの。ガジャースラ族と私たちアルカソーダラ族ね。
Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasudara.
そのうちに大陸からアウラ族が渡ってきて、アルカソーダラ族と手を結んだ。そして対立していたガジャースラ族を放逐したの。
When the Al-Ra came to these shores, it was the Arcasadara with whom they joined forces. Together, they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether.
以降しばらくは平和と繁栄の時代が続いたんだけど、今度は大陸に住んでいたヒューラン族の一団がこの島を乗っ取ろうとやってきたんだ。
Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hur from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
その時に戦いを仲裁し、一つの国にまとめ上げたのが大主様のご先祖にあたるお方よ。
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict, and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today.
以来、途絶えることなくその一族が大使を務めてるの。基本的には国を民に任せつつ、問題が起きたら解決に手を貸してくれるって感じかな。
And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution.
地味といえば地味なんだけど、大主様がいてくれる安心感がラザハンを発展させてきたんじゃないかって思うんだ。
The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Razahan to thrive all these years.
だからこそ、信じて依頼してくれた大主様のために、何よりこの島に住むみんなのために、どうにか成果を出さなくちゃ。
And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen. What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios. Uh-oh.
はてさて、塔の様子を見に来てみれば、エーテル放射を遮断するご不難像を作っていようとは。
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
遠い昔にも同じような試みを提案された気がしますが。何でしたっけ、あの男。
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name?
Owen?
Oh, something... Owen?
もう古い記憶ですからね。体も変わりましたし、いちいち覚えてられないですよ。しかし、立ち場所、そんな便利道具を完成させられては困るものの。
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
この程度の知識と技術でどうしようというのか、見物といえば見物なんですよね。
Yet I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal?
私の佐賀と申しますか。なんと申しますか。忌々しいこと極まりないですが、こればかりは魂にも性分があるって話かもしれませんね。
Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls, and I, as ever, am my own worst enemy. Got a little spy in our midst. I have enough spirit to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Hey, keep that tongue away from me. Ugh. Shit, I really should mount here, I guess. It's probably not gonna be too much faster, but I require speed. I probably could have just teleported, realistically. That'd have been the fastest way. But I want to take in the scenery, and you know, the looming tower, the looming ominous tower in the distance. See, I want to climb that. There's no shot. There's no shot they let me climb that. But I want to climb it. Damn it. Why does every game ever have to have these restrictive boundaries? What do you mean it would take up processing power and memory? What do you mean the game would crash instantly if you tried to do that? Seishuku, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Yeah, the experience is nice, but the gil for quests has always been kind of okay. You might as well just keep it. I got places I'm getting gil from, and I assure you, it is not from your quests. A boy's errand. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Santana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Orianger told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. Oh, I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Seishuku, though loath I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take you much of your time. May we impose upon you once more? Oh. Gotta make the talisman. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mr. Santana? Oh, by all means. Do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. Huh? close they survived. I will bring the Hamza to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. Jeez. That's cool. Is that the super dragon, maybe? Here's side quest. Alchemist or dancer? That's another blue one. Here are Hamza Seishuku. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamza have long been kept as livestock in Thavnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. Gotcha. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. Alright, let's go. You're ready. Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. What is this? Oh, that's so odd. You really couldn't get in any better position than that, huh? Oh, that's the Khadga, a word which means sword. Sword legend holds was wielded by the Minutia against the Murga before it was cast down at Conflict's End. Oh, sick. To the left, requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Oh, yeah. Well, the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. What is this mount? They better give me this mount. That better be an unlockable. And here we are. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan? On an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but I still worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish, by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Seishuku Komori, of the Eorzean contingent. Come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report, and answer any questions he may have. Okay. I have 3 people to chat with. Ah, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telefroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die? And take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Naraner. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? We're not yet. Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Can't even see the whole thing. I'm gonna fall off if I move too much. Nabdeen. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So, it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub, both, Ratzahan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand. As mine will keep me here a while longer, however, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. God. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. The Hamza. Oh no, the Hamza appears to want to return home. It reluctantly offers you its back. Aww. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at the Hamza hatchery to mount it again. Bro, I've got mounts. You can go home. It's cool. Can't get over that. The animation is brilliant. Oh shit. Oh wow, this is far too. Oh wow. I have a tear in my eye. Oh crap. Ah, you're slow. And no sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamza dashes off. Go home, little buddy. Deserve your rest. Aye, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zenuha. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? Oh, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Alright, hand them over then. Tipping the scale. Here you are, a sack of the purest Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. That was easy. Aether current! Here we go. So it begins. Oh, there are 10 of them in the new areas. Okay, so they shortened the ones for the old expansions. But these will still have the full amount in Endwalker. Okay. That's fair enough. What, do I just have to swim out here now? Well, 1 down, 9 or 14 to go, depending on how you look at it. Oh, I really should be checking the quests for Aether Currents too. I should have been clicking on all those. Let me discover this, and then I'll just teleport back, because that's a long travel. Oh, I get a coffer there. I imagine it's probably the blue quest that I'm looking for. Let's see, where was it? Up here. Oh, wait. Was it up top? Oh, no. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna take these two. It'll sidetrack us a little from MSQ, but it's important to get the Aether Currents. Do you have a moment, adventure? One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to, Kajia's footsteps, to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch her for me? Oh, you're too kind. She should be in Kajia's footsteps. Keep an eye out for a hero with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on the chance to meet one of the students of Baldesian. Okay, well. Define student of Baldesian. Yeah, it's probably only the blue labeled quests, so I'll have to go back to the pier as well. Yedlamad. Fortunately, should be a quick trip both ways, because it's just Aetheryte teleporting. And both quests I need are kind of right there. Where are ya? There you are. Hiding in a little corner here? Doing alright? What do you mean I need to get back to work? Oh! Have I really been out that long? Oh, I should really go. But I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? Thank you. I'll inspect the walls, so could you make sure the stage is in order? Yeah, I guess. Yep. The cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. Yep, that is a cloth. We are all good on that front. Yep. Yep, stone and oh, there's a small hole in the floor. That can't be good. Okay. As you inspect the pillar, it suddenly collapses! Some of the paint is worn off. It could use a fresh coat. Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd that I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students of Baldesian, would you? Yep. You are? And here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I've always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmira one time. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances. And maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. I'm not going to turn that in yet. I'm actually going to go back to the pier. Go back to Yedlamad. And you were down here. Where was it? Oh, just below me. I just saw it as it. What's up, Ogle? Stepchild. Why are there matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Ah, your face. It is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the mall in the Nadam. I'm Ogle of the, Katayan. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? Yeah, you're pretty far away from the Azim Steppe. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me, if you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee, as fast and far as you can. Her tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. Jesus. That's, you're kind of bordering on a little bit of racism there. Like, I understand that the Matanga and the Azim Steppe are, you know, very vicious and whatnot, but you can see around you, they're not doing anything here. They are very peaceful. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this, Kankana person who the sailors told me about. She's said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I'll see what she has for me. She's gonna be Matanga. 100%. Alright, let's see the look on this kid's face. And the door's open. Nope. Oh, yeah. Kankana. He's cowering in fear, shaking. Jesus, dude, chill. By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kankana was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Bro, no. Oh, I'm gonna do it. Okay. Welcome to Yedlamad, traveler. I am Kankana, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? Seishuku and Ogle, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite alright? An understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began. So I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight. Lest you doubt, my skill is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Chakazo herself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials, and ask that I send any prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. What? They already set off. Is our duty not to escort them? There's to be a ritual dance performed in Kaja's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And these artisans you speak of, did they also include Matanga in their number? It was Anarka Sadaro who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem? Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Seishuku, I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me the strength of the victor of the Nadam. And half the reward for this task will be yours. Dude. The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave Yedlomad to the west, and you should soon come across your employer. Then that is where we shall meet. You'll find me there, yes? How about I say yes and then don't? You need to chill out. Duskmother, give me courage. Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous... Is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky. Of course. I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way, I have no need to fear him, or being harmed. Perfect. Go for it. I must say, this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by Arcasadora? Or Arcasadara? I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Ogle has run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her. Like, I understand you grew up thinking a whole different thing and knowing a whole different, you know, a whole different lifestyle, but you're in a different land now. It's time to adapt. Ooh. Well, the Gaja just fell on Ogle. Oh, she's fine, she's fine. Tusk, trunks, bone-crunching feet. Oh, he's wounded. Uh-oh. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I think I can make it back to town in time to meet the others. What happened? Did you slay the beast? That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second... Knowing a Mataga stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother, taught that we should let fear wash over us like water. Oh, okay, I see what she means. We should let fear wash over us like water, so don't fear, right? But to my shame, I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, Seishuku, but why did you follow me? We were to patrol? Oh, forgive me. I should have waited for orders instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reaches safely. Hey, you did get one of them, huh? There. You still won't even look at him. Deep breaths. Let it wash over you. My colleague told me of his rescue. Although we had hoped for an escort from the start, imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As for your payment, that you can collect from Kankana. Right. I suppose we report to Kankana then. Oh, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Thavnir rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please accept your payment, half each as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you if so. Not yet. I just wanted the 8th right current. I had no such troubles in Dumb or Kugane, I assure you. This is different. Oh, Ogle. Well, that little, side quest path will continue, but I'll get back to that later. Hope you learn to be more accepting of other cultures and willing to learn about, you know, more about people who don't look like you, Ogle. Oh, and I can just teleport here. I'm sure it'll all work out for Ogle in the end. Ogle will end up being best friends with one of the Matanga, I'm sure. Oh, my turn-in is here. Oh, there you are. I heard you helped my colleague with her stage inspection while you were out. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind, you know. She lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury, and now she's working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. Oh, well, that's cool. I mean, it's not cool that she was injured, but... she was so happy to meet you, as am I. Here, a token of our thanks. Cool. Aether Compass has been moved to your collection. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that works. Actually, can I... Collection... What do I not really need a whole lot right now? I don't really use the fat black chocobo. He's cute and adorable and hilarious, but I don't really use him. So can I put... Yeah! Nice, that'll work. Oh, welcome back, Seishuku. Dare I hope you have the giant skull. Oh my, such fine specimens! Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please, take your ease while you can. just gonna sit on the corner of the beach by myself.
お前の方も
Yeah, I
一
guess.
区切りついたみたいだな。
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
ここの錬金術師たちには舌を巻く。絶対に呉服を完成させようっていう気迫はすごいもんだ。
Excuse me. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed.
俺はそっちの方面には明るくないが、あの様子からすると間もなく形になるんじゃないか。
I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
そうでないと、とんだくたびれ損だ。
It better be, or all this effort was for naught.
エオルゼアや東方、そしてここサベネアの地でも人々はこうして脅威を退けんと尽力しています。
The peoples of Eorzea, of the far east, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat.
されど、その脅威をもたらしているテロフォロレもいかな力を扱うとて同じく人でありましょう。
Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telofroi born of her body as were we?
生を望み、明日をつながんとする人と。
Excuse me. Oh, do I not have...
まるでこの戦いをもって問うているかのようです。人という種は生きていけるのかと。
The visitors of this war alone will hold, the victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning and its worth.
お前らしい。事実そういう戦いなんだとしたら、勝敗は紙一重になるかもしれないな。
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you think.
周りを巻き込んで、傷つけて、苦しませて、死にたい。ファダニエルの願望は到底認められるものじゃない。
Vandaniel wants to die, and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering, an utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
だが、誰だってそこの底にいるときは、似たようなことを思ったことがあるんじゃないか。
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts?
何もかもが疎ましくなって、どんな慰めも胸に届かない夜がある。それをどうにか飲み下して生きちゃいるが。
There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, when no words of comfort can reach you, and it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
うまくやり過ごせない時もある。生地知性のある種族ほど。
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear.
復讐なんてものも結局はそれと同じことだ。相手が絞られてるってだけで苦しみの沼の底で他人にも破滅を願うわけだからな。
Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment as you have.
そういうことだ。必ずしも生きるという意志が勝つわけじゃないし、逆もしかり。そのせめぎ合いは大抵過酷で際どいものだ。
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
なるほど。では私は 人がかろうじて生きるに足ることを願いましょう。
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
同意見だ。まあ一人きりじゃないなら勝率も上がるさ。復讐の竜騎士だって。だから今ここにいるんだろ。
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. Oh.
どうかしたのか。
What is it? What did you see?
ファダニエルに似たやつを見た。本物だとしたら厄介だな。東への対策を講じてることに感づいたのかもしれない。
Vandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
おお、耐え切ったぞ。じゃあこれで。
It holds! The vessel holds! This is the one!
ああ、完成だ。
At long last!
ねえ見て、ついに試験に耐えられるだけの護符ができたの。
Look! We've finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments.
名付けて五根の霊輪。持ち主をエーテル放射による精神汚染から守ってくれるんだ。
We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive aether.
素晴らしい。
Squashy.
皆が塔に近づけるようになる。まさしく歴史を変える発明となるでしょう。
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
ありがとう。でも褒めてもらうのは本番も成功させてからでないとね。
I thank you for your kind words, but I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field.
君に来てもらったのはこの時のため。私と一緒にゾットの塔の前まで行ってほしいの。
Oh, excuse me. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot.
霊輪が十分な効果を発揮すれば何も問題はないはず。もしダメで私が精神汚染を受けたらごめんね。捕まえるなり倒すなりしてもらえるかな。
Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless. Oh, you needn't ask? Wow, rude. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
ありがとう。来てくれたのが君でよかったよ。
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
リターナ、本当にいいの？
Nirana, are you certain you wish to do this?
そんな顔しない。自分たちの作ったものをまずは自分で信じないと。曲がりなりにもまとめ役ならなおさらでしょ。
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
だけどもし失敗したらその経験をどうか次に 私たちの錬金術にかけて約束よ。
But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue, is that clear?
お前たちが出てる間、異列鏡は見張っておく。
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away.
パダニエルが来ているとして、どこに仕掛けてくるかわからないからな。そっちも十分注意しろよ。
Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
それじゃあ行きましょうか。牧場跡にいる兵士さんに船を用意してもらうから、準備ができたら北の海岸に来て。
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there. Oh, I'm going way up there. Alright. There it is. Oh, what are you? Valrus. You know, as in walrus. Clever. Clever, clever, clever. Oh, this one's gonna want to fight me. Maybe. Nope. Oh! We dodged those. Ah, here we go. Oh, this is where I was earlier. Yeah, Abdeen. Okay. Gotcha. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Head to the Tower of Zot. Yeah, let's go. Cool. First time I'm actually getting into these towers. We've seen inside one, but the Warrior of Light specifically has not.
エーテル放射の圏内に入るはず。
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
お願い。
Any moment now.
よかった。ちゃんと防げてる。
It's working.
あなたも平気？このまま塔の前まで進んでも大丈夫そう？
And you're still yourself. then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. Right up to the
命
door.
令にも私自身にも今のところ異常はない。このまま入り口まで進めたら成功よ。
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. I would not have... A few more steps. I would not have walked so quickly up onto that. I'd be treading very carefully.
到着。そして成功だよ。五根の霊輪にはみんなを守るだけの力がある。
Praise be to the sisters! We made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
これを量産すれば本格的に塔を調査することだって。早く戻って伝えなくっちゃ。
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. Yep, there it goes. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, shit. Ooh. Let me go! Let me go! Ah.
はいはい暴れない。足とかぶつけると痛いですよ。
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
いや、止まって。私はまだ。
残念。一足遅かったですね。
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
ああ、なるほど。あれと同じか。
The similarities are striking.
うわ、睨まれている。仕事とはいえ、不況を買ってしまいましたかね。
My, such hostility. Never before has my artistry so displeased.
私の昔のお客様なんて、こういうのを見せると、キャッキャッと猿みたいに喜びましたよ。ま、あれはあれで不愉快でしたが。
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight. Though between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Patrons of old?
私はアシエン・ファダニエル。以前も申し上げた通り、天聖組のアシエンです。
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Fandaniel, the sundered Asian.
かつて終末の最悪が起きた時にファダニエルの座についていた男、その魂を継いでいます。理論上はね。
I inherited the position and the soul of the Fandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days. Theoretically speaking.
けど、そんなの知ったことじゃない。私は私として生まれて時を過ごしていました。
Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me.
紆余曲折あってアシエンに加わることになり、昔のファダニエルの知識ももらったのですが、それが自分自身だとは感じられませんでした。
Eventually, I was recruited into the Asians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories. But I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
だから、そうですね。さらに素性を明かすとしたら、アシエンになる前の我が名をお伝えすべきかと。あれももう捨てた過去ではありますがね。
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Asian embrace, although that chapter 2 is a past I've long since discarded.
聞いた話によるとあなた、アラグの遺跡調査でも活躍なさっていたのでしょう？
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an elegant ruin or two, yes?
なら、ご存知かもしれません。私の古い名は。
Oh? Then I expect you've heard of me, the old me.
アモンと申します。
What? Ammon at your service?
繁栄を極めた国があった。そこでは誰しも不自由なく、どんな時代よりも当たり前に明日が来た。そう、満たされていた。だからこそ病んだのだ。
やはり君は天才だよ、アモン。あんな面白い実験、どうしたら思いつくんだ？
You are a genius without peer, Ammon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments?
やつめ、目が覚めたら牛の頭にされていて大慌て。わめいても出てくるのは汚い鳴き声ばかりときた。
That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing.
あれは本当に友人たちと一緒に大笑いさせてもらったよ。
Oh, the memory of it. Oh, my poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
私が心血を注いだ研究は価値もわからないやつに娯楽として浪費されている。いや、研究だけではないか。人々はいつも刺激を欲しているのだ。些細なことさえはいられないほどに。この国は病んでいる。私はそれを変えるのだ。あの方、伝説の始皇帝を蘇らせることで。私の目論みは果たされ、国は再び前へ、外へと動き出した。決して冷めることのない熱狂の中にいるようだった。けれど 映画を牽引する陛下だけがついぞ満たされることはなく、
アモンよ、覚えておくがいい。
Heed me, Aman.
果てまで歯を唱え、どれほどのものを得ようとも、死は全てを無に返す。
No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
無なのだ、何もかも。
In the end, all is lost.
お前も察しているだろうが、この戦い、おそらく皇帝が負ける。だから、お前を召し上げに来た。
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you.
正直やり方がどうかと思うことはあるが、その知識と技術は私たちですら一目置くほどだからな。
For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work.
お前がつくべきファダニエルの座もちょうど空いている。みすみすこの国と心中させるくらいなら、同志として迎え入れよう。
And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
クリスタルタワーの方にはお前のクローンでも送っておけ。そして確かめるがいいだろう。
Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
この先に何が待つのか。
See what lies ahead.
映画の末路が物語る。ああ、あの哀れな陛下は正しかったのだ。何を得て何を築けど、やがては終わる。生きるのはただ無に至る童貞でしかないのだが。
わざわざ隙を作ってくださってどうも。私はこのまま引き上げるといたしましょう。
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
大丈夫。その獣人は万神を生み出すための貴重な資源ですから。簡単に殺したりはしませんよ。
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals.
ただ、無理に引っ張ると死んじゃいますので、あしからず。せいぜいお仲間たちと頭をひねってくださいね。
If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades.
では、いずれまた。こんな端末の塔ではなく、大元の方でお待ちしてます。殿下と一緒に。
We shall meet again, not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you. I hate that they refer to him as that all the time. Oh, you're returned. But where's Mistress Nidana? Manusia Preserve. Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. I guess I'll teleport. Oh, Ammon, huh? Wow. The Crystal Tower really has just become, like, obscenely important. Like, I was surprised that it, like, came back into the spotlight with, like, Shadowbringers and stuff. And then, I think shortly after Shadowbringers came out, they ended up making it so that the Crystal Tower questline was mandatory to progress the story instead of being, like one of those side things. Which was almost a shame, because when Shadowbringers first came out, if you had done the Crystal Tower storyline, you actually got that, secret quote-unquote piece of dialogue, where you could call out Grahatia by name. And then if you hadn't done that storyline and got to that point in Shadowbringers, the option wasn't available for you. But then they just made the questline mandatory for everyone, so it wasn't like a secret dialogue thing anymore. Whatever. It's kind of nice to have, that little extra something, but, given how even now in Endwalker, the Crystal Tower is still, maintaining its importance in the overall storyline, it's making a lot more sense why it's required now. Like, it's pretty crazy. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard! I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. The Satrap of Radzahan. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana. He sobbed. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding skills. As many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more skills, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding skills with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razahan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of Giant Skull grounds and I will show you into the city. Bear Dad. Alright, where are we headed? We're headed up. I think we've seen those before. Just like a reskinned version. These, obviously, we've seen a few different times. Oh, look at that! I spy a current. Let's just see where the next one is. To the east? Would I be able to get back up? Probably not. So I think I'm gonna decline that for now. Oh, and let's not fall either. Seen these guys. Random triple triad match. I'm way behind on my triple triad. I used to play it a decent amount, but... Oh, hey! You wanna go? Yeah? Yeah? You wanna go, you little fucking giraffe? Come here then. Come here. Come get some. Bah. Didn't even scratch me. Jeez, look at this bridge. That gives me Shadow of the Colossus vibes. Just massive bridge. When I last visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect the tower has dampened the mood somewhat. Be it here or in Eorzea, all share in the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray that we may join in common cause with the satrap. Of the satrap, I only know the common tidbits, that though the position is hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign, and that, despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem in which the locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume he's good at his job. He could do far worse for an ally. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
サベネア島に鎮座する巨大な岩。ラザハンの都は奇妙にもそこにへばりついている。入り口に掲げられた神願の国章は、彼らの神話を彩る神々の眼。あらゆる真理を見抜くものとされている。その視線を浴びながら門をくぐれば、島の暑さにも劣らぬ熱気を感じたものだ。商人たちが客を引く声、踊り子の舞踏とともに響く音楽、こうと釜から昇る煙が空気までも染め上げる。溢れる色に目を回した旅人を継ぎはぎの道が誘い込んで返さない。そんな風景も今は沈み、神願は果たしていかなる真理を見ていることか。
あれがラザハン大使の住まうメガドゥータ宮です。
Here we are. Megaduta. Oh.
ただお連れするだけになってしまって申し訳ありません。こんな時でなければ喜んで案内をしたのですが。
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
こればかりは仕方ないさ。ラザハン観光はいつかの楽しみにとっておくとしよう。
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
ありがとうございます。ではこのまま館の中へ。
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. I don't know about that color scheme they got going on there.
大使様、九段の方々をお連れしました。
おお、よく来てくださった。
Ah, splendid, most splendid.
私はアヒワーン、ラザハンの大使を務める者です。
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Awan, satrap of Radzahan.
異列教の錬金術師たちから五根の霊輪を作るにあたって、あなた方の多大なる協力を受けたと聞いています。
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding skill.
それについて直接お礼をと思い、ご足労いただいた次第です。本当に大変お世話になりました。
Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus, did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Eh, その報告も今しがた。
Figure I'd call her out by name. A regrettable incident indeed.
錬金術師たちからは彼女の意志に報いるため、何より彼女と同胞たちを救い出すために霊輪を役立ててほしいと頼まれています。
Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidhana and the others.
そのことであなた方にもご意見を伺いたい。立ち話ではなんなので、どうぞこちらへお座りください。
I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
待て。
I think not.
そいつはおとりだろう。そろそろ姿を現したらどうだ？
Ooh. The charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
何をおっしゃいますやら。あいにくその帳を上げるような催しは用意しておりません。ご希望とあらばまたの機会にでも。
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
いや、構わない。試すような真似をしてすまなかった。帳を上げてくれ。
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
承知いたしました。
As you wish.
バルデシオン委員会の協力者を名乗ったようだが、君たちが暁の決命だろう。その噂は私の国にも届いているぞ。私はブリトラ。古よりこの島に住む者だ。
I am Vertra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
ブリトラ、フレースベルグやニーズヘッグと同じ七大天竜の。
Vertra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelgr and Nidhogg.
ああ、ミドガルズオルムの子が一翼だ。帰るのが最も遅かった私にとって彼らは兄にあたる。
Wow. I and mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr spawn, I was the last to hatch.
こいつは驚きだ。ラザハン大使は竜を味方につけているという話だったが、まさかこんな大物だったとはな。
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzahan had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
それはあくまで市政の噂。よければ私からこの国の真の歴史をお話しさせてください。
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation's history illustrates most effectively.
遠い昔、ラザハンが立つこの大岩には、ブリトラ様が一人でお住まいでした。
In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vertra, and Vertra alone.
島にマタンガ族の祖先がやってきて住み着きましたが、彼らは偉大なる竜のねぐらを決して犯さなかった。
In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold, but never did they dare disturb the worm's lair.
次にやってきたアウラ族も盟友であるアルカソーダラ派のマタンガ族に倣い竜を敬いました。
Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Arcasadara allies, they too treated Vertra with reverence and respect.
私たちの先祖はそうしてブリトラ様との緩やかな関係を築いていったのです。
And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
変化が訪れたのは大陸からヒューラン族が攻め入ってきた時のこと。
Until marauding hearers from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility.
多くの血が流れんとした時、ブリトラ様が自ら進み出て 戦いを平定なさったのです。
When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Fertra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict.
和平のための取り決めがなされ、ブリトラ様のもとに誓われた。それが竜の滑る国、ラザハンの原型です。
A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vertra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was grown into Razahan.
じゃあなんだ、今でもこの国の本当の大使はブリトラだっていうのか。
But if Vertra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
しかり、私の一族は代々ブリトラ様に仕え、表向きの大使を務めてまいりました。
A charade? Yes, and one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
竜の力は大きい。そして強大な力のあるところには争いが絶えないものだ。
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end.
私は皆を焼く炎になりたくなかった。だから国の礎を築いた者たちに真実を覆い隠すよう頼んだのだ。
I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce sworn into secrecy.
お前、片目はどうした？
Your eye. It was taken. Oh, look at that.
ここだ。今はこちらの身に埋め込んでいる。
Huh. 'Tis here, buried within this semblance of flesh.
この真空はラザハン工芸の粋を集めた人形なのだ。そこに目をはめることで私の分身として使っている。
Wow. What? The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razahan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
なるほどな。道理で最初に会った時から竜の気配がしたわけだ。
Ah, that would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
それをごまかす術式が組み込まれているから普通は気づくものじゃない。
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses.
やはり一時とはいえ兄さんと身を共にしていたからかな。トリューのエスティニアン。
Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian wormblood.
私たちはどちらも最初から真実に気づいていた。けれど互いに牙を向かなかった。
True. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bear his fangs.
今はそれが全てだ。
That is all I need to know of thee for now.
さて、こちらの事情を明かしたところで君たちに取引を提案したい。竜としてではなくラザハン大使としてだ。
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal, not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Razahan.
私たちは完成した霊輪を用いて早急にゾットの塔を調査。可能ならば制圧したい。
With all haste, we must take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence.
だが霊輪の効果が万全だとしても戦闘である以上は突入できる兵の数に限りがある。
Yet even with the assurance of the warding skills, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
数を絞る分手だれを送り込みたいということでしょうか。
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
ああ、まさにその通りだ。我が国の誇る聖戦士団も強者揃いだが、今は少しでも可能性が高い道を選びたい。
Just so. Yet, though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me.
君たちが数々の蛮神と渡り合ってきたことは知っている。先日もパガル山やカルテノー平原で偽りの神を退けたそうだな。
Right, right. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthon and Cartano, I am told.
その力を、そしてバルシャンとして見た君たちを信じ、ゾットの塔調査の先陣を切ってもらいたいのだ。
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear.
無論、君の仲間たちの分の霊輪は用意し、
Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy
加
companions.
えて、もしも引き受けてくれるのであれば、より多くの霊輪を提供するつもりだ。使い方も君たちに任せよう。
And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
危険はあるが、悪い話じゃないな。各国に霊輪を渡すことができれば、ラザハンだけじゃなく、世界中の脅威を払うための足がかりになるだろう。
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding skills.
だが、さすがに俺たち4人だけじゃ厳しいものがある。一旦戻って他の仲間と相談してきてもいいか。
I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
もちろん構わない。安い依頼ではないのだ。こちらも待てるだけ待とう。霊輪を量産する時間も必要だからな。
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall we spend in crafting your protective charms.
そういうことなら、一旦オールドシャーレアンに戻って。
Seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order. Alright, bye.
頼めないか。
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
お前は竜の言葉じゃなく人の言葉で語っただろう。ラザハン大使からのうまい依頼を俺が拒む理由はない。
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Razahan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
恩に切る。
I am in thy debt. Crispy nuggets. Aww. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Charlian, and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent militia. $15.93. It's the first time it's over 1,000. But they said that would happen. A lot of people were like weirdly angry about that. About the travel cap being raised from $9.99. And it's like, it's really not that much gil. I mean, even if you're not a millionaire, it's really no big deal. If they were, I mean, if they were gonna charge like tens or hundreds of thousands to make one travel, then yeah, that would be a problem. Oh, I just completely went wrong way. Yeah, I don't even have anything to mend. I fought like a couple of things and I barely got touched, so. Are you guys still saying the same stuff? Yeah, you're still saying the same thing. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavner, we're back in chilly Charlian. Take care not to catch your death, huh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Alright, that's both paths complete. Guess we're going to be converging and figuring out how to take this tower down, which is exciting, in the dark of the tower. Since there's been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Put this back down here. Your time at Thavner has certainly been eventful.
とすると、ブリトラさんの要請を受けて、ゾットの塔の調査に行くのが最優先かしら。
In my opinion, carrying out Virtue's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
そうなるでしょうね。哲学者議会の動きについて、まだ知りたいことはあるものの、現状で思い当たる範囲は調べ尽くしている。
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation.
強引に踏み込もうとすれば、今度こそ退去になりかねないわ。政界絡みの案件として、マトーヤに報告だけして、サベネア島に向かいましょう。
Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the Aetherial Sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavner.
しかし、五根の霊輪によって塔に入れたとして、調査をする手立てはあるのだろうか。
I wonder. Oh, excuse me. I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
アレンバルドとフォルドラが持ち帰ってくれた報告では、囚われていたアマルジャ族の救助はできず、防衛機構によってルナイフリートが強制召喚されたと。
According to Arenvald and Fardola's report, they were unable to free the Amalja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to summoning of Lunar Ifrit.
まさにその防衛機構が敷かれているというのが鍵ではなくて。
What does it tell us that spires even have such defenses?
囚われているものを装置から離そうとすると絶命する。だとしたら、どのみち私たちは手出しできない。彼らの奪還を阻止するのに、本来防衛機構は必要ないのよ。
Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary.
逆に言えば、死なせずとも装置と分離させる方法があるのだとしたら、何としてでも侵入者を排除しなければならないでしょうね。
Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders would be met with overwhelming force.
あの塔は突如として世界各地に出現した。つまり魔法を用いた構造物と見て間違いないでしょう。
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise.
であれば、存在を維持するための触媒や術式、核と呼べるものが塔のどこかにあるやもしれません。
A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
それを破壊することができれば、塔は消滅し、囚われていた人々も解放される。
Classic, classic. Destroy the core and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm. Attack its weak point for massive damage.
その通り。確証はないけれど、あてもなく塔に入るよりは良さそうでしょ
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
ヤシトラの読みが正しいとして、防衛機構の作動そのものを避けることは難しそうだな。
Assuming Yashtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none.
万神が召喚されたら倒すしかない。するとまた次の万神が強制召喚される。囚われている連中への負担は相当なものなんじゃないか。
Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
だとしたら、二手に分かれるのはどうだ
May we not then divide our forces?
俺とウリエンジェとクルル。それから、ヤシトラも中魔法の心得があるよな。この4人で、召喚に刺激された奴らを癒すんだ。
Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Y'shtola, and myself.
その間に、残りのメンバーで核の捜索を進めてもらう。戦力を分ける分、戦いは厳しくなるが、アルカソーダラたちの命を守れる可能性は上がるはずだ。
The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcasadara by a considerable margin. You sure Alphinaud is in the right group? What if Alizé? She knows a healing spell or two. Alphinaud did just change to Sage. Alizé used to be a scholar as well, I believe. But he put Y'shtola in the healing party, and she did used to be a white mage, but she's a black mage now. So yeah, I don't know about his team composition here.
ああ、呼び出された万神と戦うのにも癒し手は必要だろうからな。
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
そういうことなら責任を持って捜索隊に加わらせてもらおう。幸いこの剣具はとても馴染むんだ。実戦で役に立てないということはないさ。
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I've found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and I look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
それじゃあとは決行あるのみね。ラザハンには先行して連絡を入れておくから戦いの準備をして現地に集合しましょう。
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Razat Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
反射牧場跡にある聖戦士団の拠点なら塔の状態がよく見えたはずだ。
The military post in what's left of Hamza Hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
ならそこで決まり。必要な人は転送魔法研究所で新型エーテライトを借りてね。
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late. Heading out with the squad. So I have to go way back to... Oh, Oh, interesting. There's more up here. I didn't even see that. Oh, I don't have really any easy way up there, so it's time to mount. Very small is this gentleman's name. Love it. So many creative names that people make in this game. Don't turn around. You stay looking at that ominous tower there, alright? Northeast. Maybe we can take a little detour. North, straight north now. Ooh, getting close. I'm assuming it's up here. They tend to be a little higher up. 99. There it is. I see it. What happened here? Straight east. It probably takes me off the cliff. Maybe. Probably. Oh, whatever. Yeet! Oh. Ah. It's alright. I didn't need those bones intact anyway. Oh, our friend of Eorzea. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Now, I can only imagine, what quest level is this? This is 81. So I'm thinking dungeon time here. It could be an instance, but I'm thinking it's dungeon time. If this is the future of Aetheryte travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Aye. No warning, however emphatic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit. Mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... we should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well, then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding skills. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. In that case, they're all yours from now on. See ya. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. Seishuku and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnar, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. I'm about to take a screenshot. The Tower of Zot, now accessible. Alright. I think I shouldn't have to worry about queue times too much. So let me check. It may very well insta-queue. It might not. But let's see. I won't go in with the trust system just yet. I want to see how this goes. Average wait time 10 minutes. Oh! Hey, that was a quick 10 minutes, huh? Perfect. Hello. Alright. First dungeon of the new expansion. Can't see anything. Yeah, this is very much not going to be it's not going to be a go at my own pace kind of thing like it is with the trust system. I'm going to have to keep up, but I have plenty of experience in doing dungeons with other people, so I'm not concerned in the slightest. Oh, let me barrage. He's the only one left, so I don't need to AoE anymore. I'm actually curious to see how many dungeons I've done in total. Get out of there. I don't know if I actually got out of there in time. You're done. This guy's not even dotted. This guy probably isn't either. These are the new ones that the tank picked up. Mage's Ballad definitely does make a lot more sense now with the two charges. Mindaruva. Ooh, the music. Oh yes, and battle voice applies to me now. Oh, I'm so excited. Maybe I have to soak it? Nope. We'll just stand in here. Oh, okay. Cool. Oh! That hurts. Blizzard. Bio. Oh. Okay. That's fire. That's blizzard? Oh, I'm gonna get hit. Tough. Okay, so it doesn't appear that there's really anything we can do to stop that from happening. We just have to be ready for it, I think. Oh, the healer's down. Uh-oh. Well, let's play it safe. Thunder. And that's fire. Fire we want to be, yeah, in for sure. Cool. What do we've got? Amulet of Fending. Maybe someday. If I get my paladin past what is she, 66? And then Helm of Aiming. Okay, let's try it on. Ooh. Compare. It is roughly the same. Let's take it. I just like broke the attack animation sounds by like spamming the Rain of Death twice. Uh-oh. Yeah, they're like totally gone now. Weird. Or is that my headset? I don't know. No, it's just... I just lost sound again, though. Like, entirely. I'm not sure what's going on, really. I don't know if that's happening on the viewer's end as well. Ring of Slaying. I am so far away from 81 Dragoon. I'll pass on that. Oops. I'm gonna see in a minute here if I can actually like turn the sounds off and then back on and see if that fixes it. I'm also gonna unplug my headset because I wonder if that's interfering with it a little bit. Earrings of Casting. Almost Striking. No. Sorry guys, I was a little bit behind there. Nope. Battle effects are still not fixed. That is so odd. That I just so casually managed to break that. Well, at least we get to hear the music clear. I'm assuming these are a hard avoid. Oh, yep. Be frozen when count reaches 0. Okay, so I have to be like in a good place? Interesting. Huh. Confuse? Oh no. Okay. Oh, I'm screwed. Berserk. Continuously auto-attacking target. I mean, could be worse, but I'm gonna get hit by this. Here's the stop again. I wonder if there's any way to avoid that. Or if you just kind of have to take the hit. Oh. Let's hit both of those, I guess. Oh, because she's casting. Okay. That's how you can tell it's her. Gotcha. I'm hoping that those full audio cutouts aren't happening on the viewer end. I hope that's just like my headphones being weird. Pass. Wow, somebody greeted 99. Ooh, look at this. Dodge that. I shouldn't have proc barrage so early. I should have made sure I actually had the Shadow Bite first. I'll just have to do that instead. Because it was going to run out otherwise. I want to get some kind of damage out of it. The new kind of AoE rotation is interesting. Obviously, all the changes are going to take some getting used to for me, because I've been playing a certain way for so long. Obviously. Ooh, Gunblade. I want to breed that actually. Oh no, I pulled. How did I manage that? I just dotted him. They have stance on? Yeah, they do. I have my Apex arrow as well. What? Big boy. let me do this. Get some damage on him. At this point, it's too late to dot. Should I have sound here? Okay. The Magus Sisters, yeah! Hmm. I'm into it. Ready when you guys are. I'd love it if that audio nonsense stopped though. I'm gonna get away from them. Ah. Okay. Ooh. Oh no. Okay. I'm not sure who should go first. Okay, they're marking Cinderuba, so 1, 2, 3. Okay. One of us didn't get the achievement for mapping the realm, so they've done this before, so I'll trust them. Okay. Woo. I'm just running around in a circle here. Can I warden myself of that? No, I can't. Alright, here comes another barrage of stuff. Oh, okay. Hey, yay! Oh, I'm the stack. And dots just ran out. I really feel bad for the dots now. They feel kind of out of place now. Which is sad, because I used to really like the dots, and I used to say, like, Bard should just get a bunch of dots. Like, make Bard the dot class. But now they've gone in the opposite direction and made the two that she has feel kind of weird. Like, they're still useful, but they don't play off of anything else really anymore. In there. Oh, I gotta run for that. I'll go this way. Yeah. I do want to dot you, even though you're third prio. X right there. Oh, she's going anyway. Just trying to get both of them. I guess myself or the Reaper could have LB'd. I would have loved to see the Reaper LB. I said love the music, and 2 of them went same. Sage or Reaper, you think? Not Sage. Oh, Codex. I don't play Scholar, so I'll just pass on that. Hey, somebody gave me a comm. Is everyone alright? We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment. The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The aether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire. I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Y'shtola? I see it. Aether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more aether than is required to sustain it. It is as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Careful, please. You have a tendency in this game to almost die, and it scares me. Curious. There's something there, embedded inside the core. A man's limb. This is what we came to destroy? Yes, if you would be so kind. Something tells me there's supposed to be a lot of sound effects here, but I just completely broke the sound. That should be the end of it. Ugh, what now? My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct. Thanks for letting us know about that. Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall? What if the prisoners below? Yeah. Floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves. Pray I'm not too late. What happened? Where are we? By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood, but 'tis as if it never existed. That's good. Hardly a scratch, but how? Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment, large enough to catch everyone, it would seem. Whoa! That explains the lack of obvious injuries. The expenditure of so much aether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear. Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed from for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds. Angelo and I will take care of that. I have every faith in you, Alice, but there are just too many for you to treat alone. We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porxies and call on the local mages to lend a hand. Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here? The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we have a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision. You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city. Hey, there you are. Hey! There's our first dungeon complete, and the tower is actually all gone now. So I'm kind of glad I grabbed at least, one screenshot of that. I kind of figured that we'd be, like, getting rid of them, or that they wouldn't stay there forever. So I took some screenshots before Endwalker dropped even, of the ones I could find. And I'll try to snag some of any other towers we see along the way. Sorry about the audio thing. I don't know what happened there. I procced both of my Rain of Death charges, and it seemed like it just killed the attack animation audio. And then after that, I started getting, like, random cutouts, like, just entirely in my headset. I hope that wasn't happening on your end. I apologize. So that was really annoying. And then I don't know if it persisted into the cutscene or not. It seemed like there was some kind of ambient sound missing in the cutscene. But I made sure to turn everything back on. I hope it's over now. Like, let me see. Because it still feels like something's missing. I hope I don't have to, like, relog, because I'm really worried about the queue. Yeah, it's still busted. That's such a bummer. Yeah, I just completely broke the sound somehow. Man. Do I risk it? Do I relog? I mean, it's 7:45 in the morning. It's not exactly prime time, but let me try. I'm not gonna exit the game. Let me just log out. Oh, this is such a risk. Oh, man. I really could be screwing myself here. Oh, look at that. 25. Okay, cool. Let's see if this fixes it. Just like kind of relogging. If I have to exit the whole game, I'm not super scared to do that now, seeing it's only 25Q. Although, who knows how long it'll take. Eh. And then, of course, as I say it. Yeah, see, I still don't have the spell cast sound for Peloton. Peloton. Oh, I'm level 82 as well, so I got that new skill that I'm gonna have to take a peek at. Okay, well, that's a bummer. I'm gonna have to, like, completely close out of the game. Bear with me for a moment, I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, so note to self, don't, spam Reign of Death twice. Okay. Not going anywhere, I'm just gonna reopen the game. I'm not leaving. I just want my sound back, man. It's not the same. Okay. Let me open the launcher. Okay. Presumably this should fix it. If not, I don't know what to do then. Okay, let's cast. Okay, there we go. I just heard somebody's chocobo in the background. Perfect. Okay. Looks like we're back in business. Ooh, carrying all this matanga may have been the true struggle. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzahan for treatment. Alize and Yustola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. You now enter the Tower of Zat with a party of NPC avatars. Oh, before I take this quest, the Jewel of Thavner, let me look at this new skill. And I believe... Oh, I got a trait too. Quick Knot Mastery. Oh, okay. Upgrades Quick Knot to Layden's Bite. Okay, so it's not a new skill. Layden's Bite. Delivers an attack with a potency of 130 to all enemies in a cone before you. 35% chance of becoming Shadowpay ready still. So it's 20 potency buff. Okay. Well, what are you gonna do? It's not super exciting, but hey, an upgrade's an upgrade. I do prefer new skills, because new skills are obviously new and interesting, but getting upgrades to old ones is fine. Okay, the Jewel of Thavner. Had enough rest. Have you? You were never one for being idle. Yeah. Right. Varshan bade us come to, Megaduda. That's right, Megaduty. At our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Wait. On second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. I want to explore this tiny little bit of map. It's gonna bug me. And who knows, maybe there's a ether current up here. I doubt it, but you never know. No, it says straight east. There it is. Okay. Straight east, huh? Is it gonna send me off the cliff? Or can I actually grab it on the way? Hey! 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 Knock it off. Southeast now, it says. Yeah, I think this is gonna take me off the cliff. $194. It might be on the edge of the cliff. $102. Oh, it's gonna take me right off, isn't it? Yeah, it's right down there. That's okay. I'll get to it. It's It's gonna direct me down here eventually anyway. Going to get it now would just be extending my travel time. With the tower gone, I expect that the state of alert will be lifted. Maybe. Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Okay, so you're gonna get to explore the whole city. I've been to Radzahan before. This place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we'd best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Alright. He's accompanying me. Nope. I want to attune. Ah, Mr. Seishuku, I presume. I understand you're here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to the Megaduda, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radzahan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetherite disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Pax's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruveda Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Ascend these steps. To the left. There will be more steps. Oh, there's an optional conversation down there, though. Justinian, drop with me. Oh, he did too. I recognize this. Yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Radzahan's wealthiest families. They took the God of Luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults. For aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also hidden coffers across the land that act as portals. Find one and you gain access to the vault. Yeah, I've done a few of those. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. It is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. It's not that troublesome. Doing maps is a fairly fun pastime, if you don't really have a whole lot else going on. Watchful Radiant. Here to give us more directions. Oh, hold on. Oh, excuse me. Heading to Megaduda, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right, and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveda Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduda. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps, then continue straight ahead across the bridge. You can't miss it. Oh, there's a... let me attune to that. And I'll grab this one and this one as well. Oh, another optional conversation. Discuss Dharma. I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to hams myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Cutsceners? Any cutsceners? I'll grab the Aetherite. Oh my goodness. I do want to kind of keep a little bit of an eye on the time. Not like pressed for time. I'm definitely going to be continuing to play for at least a little while longer. But I do have to consider like getting some actual sleep instead of just napping here and there, or at least trying to actually sleep, because I do have to work tonight. But getting actual sleep can be tough. Greetings and welcome to Megaduda. May I inquire after your business? We're members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we've been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber, if you would please allow me. Yeah, I have a problem with sleeping where it's either less than 5 or more than 12. There's just nothing in between for me. Kind of sucks, so I have to carefully consider my sleep.
なんだ、俺たちが最後か。待たせて悪かった。
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
お仲間のご体調はもうよろしいのですか?
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
ああ、おかげさまで。本場ラザハンの錬金薬はすごいな。いろいろと。
Much better, thank you. Hannish remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
慣れれば悪くないですよ。もっとも慣れない方がより良いとは思いますがね。どうか楽になさっていてください。
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
あんたたちがみんな無事でよかった。
Full glad am I to see you all unharmed.
では改めてこたびの件について君たちに感謝を伝えたい。
Valiant scions, for your heroism you have my boundless gratitude.
党を消滅させるために奮戦してくれたこと、囚われていた者たちを救い出し、精神汚染を取り除く手はずまで整えてくれた。
You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence.
本当にありがとう。到底及ばぬ言葉に変えて、できる限り多く五根の霊輪を用意させてもらった。
No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
どうかラザハンからのシャイトを持って受け取ってほしい。
Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzahan.
国中の錬金術師が総力を挙げて作った霊輪は都市内にあるアルキミア製薬堂に集められています。
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia.
手形をお渡ししますので、お帰りの前にお立ち寄りください。
Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
こちらこそ感謝いたします。偉大なるラザハンの英知を必ずや世界に平穏をもたらすために使いましょう。
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzahan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
でもそれって元はあなたの鱗なんでしょ？痛い思いをさせてごめんなさい。
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
構わないとも。この土地や民が傷つけられる痛みに比べれば全く取るに足らないものだ。
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
竜死戦争に関わる中で、竜と人のさまざまな思いを垣間見ました。
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man.
住む土地は違えど、七大天竜であるあなたにとって、己が苦しみのように思える悲劇も少なくなかったでしょう。
Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply.
それでも、人と共にいてくださるのですね。
And yet you choose to live among men.
あの戦いが始まった頃、私はすでにラザハンの民と共にあった。
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made.
どこかで人が竜を殺め、竜が人を切り裂いていたとして、目の前で微笑む者をどうして憎めよう。
In some distant place, man slew dragon and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance.
私は結局、兄さんの怒りにさえ応えられなかった。ここで息を潜め、ただ気づいてきたものが壊れないようにと願っていたのだ。
Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
大主様、あなたが平和を望んでくれているなら、もう一つだけ 聞かせてもらってもいいかしら。
It would seem we share the same desire for peace, Great Vertra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question.
テロフォロイは終末を引き起こすと宣言した。その最悪はかつてこの星が14の世界に分かたれる前にも起こっていたものなのよ。
The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star.
長きを生きる竜として何か知っていることはないかしら。
As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
残念ながらスト・ミドガルゾールムは故郷の星を戦乱で追われ、私たちの卵だけを携えて星を渡ってきたそうだ。
Nay, when war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. Give me one sec.
そしてこの地に到着したとき、すでに世界は分かたれていたとき。
He lighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift.
それ以前のことであれば、父とてハイデリンから告げられない限りは知る由もないだろう。
Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth not save that which Heidelin hath deigned to disclose.
そうなのね。だとすると、やはりハイデリンの考え次第か。
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Heidelin to whom we must look for answers.
君たちは星の意志を測りたいのか。だとすれば一つ話せることがあるかもしれない。
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
私がまだ幼かった遠い昔のことではあるが、一度だけなぜこの星を選んだのかと父に問うたことがあったのだ。
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one?
父は言った。ここが最後に残った希望であったのだと。
To which Midgardsmer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope.
ハイデリンが屈さぬ限り、ここでなら竜の未来も開けるやもしれぬ。そう考えたのだと。
He believed, so long as Heidelin endured, so too might dragonkind.
父の言葉は重々しく切実だった。私は真意を追求することもできず、それきりだ。
Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since.
ただ、少なくともハイデリンには、父が信じるだけの思惑があるのだと私は考えている。
Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Heidelin doth strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
貴重な話をありがとう。この戦いの終わりまできっと覚えておくわ。
Thank you, Vertra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
聞きたいことも聞けたなら、そろそろ霊輪を受け取りに行くとしよう。他の場所ではまだ戦いが続いているわけだからな。
Well, I'm sure we all have a great many questions. I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
それじゃあ私たちは失礼します。また何かあればすぐにご連絡くださいね。
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
ああ、君、待ってくれ。
Prithee, a moment.
父がとある人を認めたと伝え聞いた。それが英雄と呼ばれるものであると思う。君のことだろう。
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect, the one known to men as Eorzea's champion, this hero of renown and rumor. 'Tis thee. We've crossed paths, yeah.
やはりそうか。人の輪と竜の輪のそれぞれから噂は聞いていたものでな。
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits.
私は父と盟約を結んだ人がいるという事実を好ましく思う。けれど同時に案じずにはいられないのだ。
'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgarsimer's trust, but alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread.
君は私が知り得る限りでも運命と力を引き寄せすぎている。良きものも悪しきものもだ。
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel, enmeshed with woe.
それらは君を安寧のうちにとどまらせてはくれない。困難な試練となって次々と襲い来るだろう。
Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
しかし最も恐ろしいのは君を中心に渦巻く熱が君のそばにいるものを燃やし尽くしてしまうことなのだ。
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
進むのなら守り抜け。それこそがいつか必ず君自身の力となり希望になる。
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation, the hope that will need come the end.
臆してばかりの私が言うことではないかもしれないが、兄さんや姉さん、血族の竜たち、力ある者の苦しみを数えきれないほど見てきたのだ。
Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss.
だからやはり、君にはそれを諦めないでいてほしい。
Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
ああ、すまない。まだ話の途中だっただろうか。
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
あなただけ出てこないから何かあったのかなって思ったんだけど。
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
こちらこそ申し訳がない。ただの雑談だ。君たちの英雄はすぐに解放しよう。
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion over long with idle chatter.
戦いの先に君と君が守った者の笑顔があることを願っているよ。
Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades you may toast your triumph. Yeah, sorry guys, he was just reminding me of all my dead friends. Our apologies again. I hope we didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely. Oh, please. I'm so glad you interrupted. That conversation was getting real depressing real fast. So, what were you and Virtue talking about? Don't worry about it. Nothing. Very well, if you say so. The others are going ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The color of joy. And I get some bread? Yo! The quest reward is bread. It's actually the famous Archon loaf. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. I still have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Aether 8 shards to attune to, including the main one. I understand the mulberries are for the silkworms, grown a stone's throw away from the satrap's residence. It gives the quintessential Thavnarian flair, don't you think? From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and pass the mulberries. Lead on, then. I don't know where I'm going, you guys do. I tuned to this one, right? Yeah. The word huge apparently means bind in the local tongue. And this district is so named because it connects all others in the city. If we manage to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible. Or so I was told. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, and then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radzahan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. I can't just cut through there. It's a bummer. Although, can do that. doesn't seem like there's really a whole lot back here anyway. Here's the High Crucible. Oh man. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding skills. Come, let us join them. According to the message on the basis, Aetheryte has been temporarily disabled. That's right, it did mention something about that. Well, let me take a detour so I can at least get the shard. Somewhere around here. Here it is. Hunt board and trader. Oh, look at that. Dancers. Cute. Okay. What do you want? Disciple of the Hand or land level 80 above. Okay. Collectible appraiser. Summoning bell. There's some familiar faces. Took your time. Got turned around to take it. Define turned around. I took a detour. Excellent. You're in time to hear the latest good news. The students have previously turned to Radzat Han's alchemist for help with the analysis of various artifacts. This is how I became acquainted with Nidhana. I'm glad we could rescue her and pray she makes a full recovery. What an immense laboratory. How many such places were enlisted to help forge the warding skills, I wonder? We're last, of course, but at least we found the place. These are the talismans we were promised?
ええ、待っている間に確認させてもらったけれど、想像以上の数だったわ。
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
中隊規模の人数になら行き渡るんじゃないかしら。あれほど緻密なマグを短時間でよくもここまで。さすがラザハンといったところね。
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact, considering the involved process. That they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
それをエオルゼアや東方の諸国に届ければ、私たちがゾットの塔でやったように 各地の塔を消滅させられるかもしれない。
Once we've distributed them to our allies in Eorzea in the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zod.
あるいはテロフォロイが根城にしているであろうガレマール帝国本土に乗り込むことも。
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper and strike directly at the Tolophari's base of operations.
何にせよ、グランドカンパニーエオルゼアや東方連合の意向を聞いてみないことには始まらないわ。
Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated.
ということで、私はこのまま各地を回って話をしてこようと思うのだけれど。
To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
でしたら、私もいくつかの地域を受け持ちましょう。幸い、まだ余力がございますので。
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
東方は俺が行く。ここからだったらボゼやダルマスカに出やすいし、ドマの忍びとの連絡網もまだ使えるはずだからな。
I can head eastward. Boja and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here, and Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
いいわ、決まりね。
We shall share the burden then.
あなたたちは霊輪を持ってバルデシオン文化に戻っていてもらえるかしら。結論が出るまでは安全に保管しておく必要があるもの。
Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldesian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
待って、少しだけ話を。
Please, I must speak with you.
ニッドーナ、お前、意識が戻ったのか？
Nidhana, you're awake.
見てくれてた人に聞いたら、暁の女の子が精神汚染を治してくれたんだって。
Yes, when I spoke with the care at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
治してもらった後もしばらく眠っていたんだけど、今さっき目が覚めて、みんながまだいるかもって聞いたから飛び出してきたの。
It seems I've been asleep ever since the treatment, but when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
あなたの話だと、彼女が塔に取り込まれたのはつい最近だったでしょ？
As you said, Nidhana was captured only recently.
それなら直しきれるんじゃないかと思って、メガドゥタキューに集合する前にね。
Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at the Megaduta.
君だったんだね。どうしよう。なんとお礼を言ったらいいか。
And I'm truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough.
それに、みんなにも。あの塔を消してくれて、仲間を助け出してくれて、サベネア島を救ってくれて、本当にありがとう。
All of you, for everything you've done, destroying the tower, rescuing our people, you've saved Thavner from an awful fate. Yeah.
さて、救われたのは果たしてどちらでしょうか。
Yet who hath truly saved whom?
錬金術師たちの熱意と奮励、そしてあなたの勇気によって完成した五根の霊輪。
Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding skills of proven efficacy.
それが今、世界中に届けられ、脅威に抗う者たちの力になろうとしているのですから。
Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
嘘。本当に。
The talisman? Is this true? A whole bunch of them.
私、起きたばっかりで肝心なこと何も聞いてなくて。
I was so groggy from sleep I didn't even think to ask.
そっか。この霊輪が世界のみんなを。
Our great work sent across the seas.
ありがとう。頑張って。よかった。
It was worth it. It was all worth it. Oh.
綺麗。最初に見た時の色と全然違うわ。
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
それは
What do you have there?
人の心を映す花。珍しいね。アーカー社に呼応してるのかな。
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasa.
どういうことかしら。
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
あ、アーカー社はラザハン式の錬金術に存在する概念で、目には見えない力の一つよ。
Akasa. It is one of the unseen energies defined by Hanish alchemical theory.
思いが動かす力なんて言われてるんだ。
Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
エーテルとは違うのかい？
You imply that it is distinct from Aether.
そうだね。外国の人には混同されやすいんだけど、私たちは区別してる。
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts.
エーテルは地に満ちる力。あらゆる生物や物体、そこに触れる大気の中にさえあって、状態を変えながら巡っていくもの。
Aether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows.
対してアーカー社は、私たちの手が届かない領分にある力。天より降りし力なの。
Akasa, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach, a gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions.
そのあり方を私たちの行いで変えることはできない。増やすことも消すことも何一つとしてね。
Akasa can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate.
けれど唯一思いによってのみアーカー社を動かすことができるんだ。
The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion.
歴戦の猛者である君なら、窮地に陥った時や高揚が極まった時に限界を超えたことがあるんじゃない？
As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
あれこそ強い意志によって君の底力にアーカー社が乗っかった状態ってこと。
That is a manifestation of Akasa, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
とても興味深いわ。エーテルを唯一の力の根源とする私たちの学問にはない考えよ。
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that Aether is the fundamental form of all energy.
そう言ってもらえるとなんだか嬉しいな。
I'm glad that my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest.
だけどアーカー社は私たちにとっても古典の概念に過ぎないというか、実用性がないから研究らしい研究もされてないの。
But even for us, Akasa is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research.
その花についてもそうかなって思ったくらいで、詳しい説明はできそうにないや。ごめんね。
Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
謝ることなんてないわ。貴重な見解をありがとう、ニッターナさん。
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
ではバルデシオン文館に帰ろうか。霊輪を運ぶ役目は任せてくれ。
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
こっちも話がついたらすぐに連絡する。それまではしっかり休んでおくんだぞ。どう転ぶにせよ、道は険しいだろうからな。
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply. Hey Panda, how's it going? So I'm wondering about this flower. Does it stay glowing like that now until it feels another powerful emotion? Or will it change back to white once we've kind of left the scene, as it were? I'm assuming this is still locked up. Yep. Okay. That's fine. Guess we will bid farewell to Thavner for now and return to Old Charlian. It's the only thing on the agenda. Oh, here's Cryo. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Seishuku. Kryle has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower, and pave the way to deal with the rest. Well, it isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating dayform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Sure. And I got my bread. Let's go. Hand over the bread. some banana bread right now. Oh, that'd be so nice. Oh yeah, see the flower's back to white again. Hmm?
あ、いたいた。ねえ、あなたも食事まだでしょ？いろいろ買ってきたから一緒に食べない？味は保証するわ。ラストスタンドだもの。
The last stand. Take out from the last stand. I'm down. Ooh, look at that burger.
Oh.
God, they're gigantic.
ここに来る前にエスティニアンのことも誘ったんだ。
Oh, no shot he's showing
けれど
up.
なんだかものすごく渋い顔をして俺はいいと。シャーレアンの料理は口に合わなかったのだろうか。
そうでもないと思うけれど、ほら、疲れてるから一人になりたかったんじゃない？格好つけてるだけよ、格好つけてるだけ。次は絶対に連れ出して栄養の寄せ集めみたいなシャーレアン料理を山ほど食べさせてやるんだから。
The look on Graha's face.
戦う者こそしっかり食事と休息をとって体調を整えておくべきだからね。
大変ね、エスティニアンさんも。
体調といえば、クルルは大丈夫なのか？ラビリンソスでハイデリンに体を貸したって聞いたが。
So we did talk to them about that.
全く問題ないわ。直後に疲れを感じてた程度。むしろもっと彼女と話せたらいいんだけど、あれ以降はちっとも気配もつかめないの。ハイデリンからはあの花を持っていくよう言われたのよね。それは道しるべであり、あなたを、人を試すもの。暗闇のうちに喜びを探せだっけ。どういう意味かしら。ラザハンでニッターナと話してた時の輝きに関係してる。
あれはまさしく喜びを映したかのようだったね。彼女や安息を得たラザハンの民たちの、あるいはそこに立ち会えた私たちの喜びだ。
そうだな。俺も少し元気をもらったというか、次もまた頑張るかって踏み出す気力が湧いた。まだテロフォロイの企みを完全に阻止できたわけじゃないし、哲学者議会の思惑にも謎は多い。けどままならない状況の中にも小さな喜びが生まれることが確かにある。人は存外それで日々を戦っていけるものだ。昔から何度だって。あ、俺の分。
いいじゃない。それにしてもラハ、よく浮遊魔法なんて覚えてたわね。
まあな。ただ発動まで少し時間がかかるから、戦いの中でとっさに使うのは厳しそうだ。覚えたてだから単に慣れてないだけかもしれないが、
もしかしてヌーメノン大書院を探索した時に？
正解。あそこには山ほど魔導書があるからな。一人で残った時に必要があったんだ。
あ、わかった。禁書庫に忍び込むのに使ったんでしょ。
ああ、いや、
高いんだよ。
高すぎるんだよ、本棚が。侵入中じゃ魔法の足場を動かすわけにもいかないし、仕方ないだろ。
ああ。
It's okay, Graha. We refer to people like you as short kings. And don't worry about that cookie. It seemed really, like, hard and crunchy. Ugh. Give me a soft cookie any day. Are we pushing on until dawn? Shall we call it a night? You do know these are my quarters. Screw it. Let's party all night.
明日に支障がない範囲で切り上げるよ。たまには時間を忘れるのもいいけれどね。
Oh, the flower's green now. So, but joy? Maybe joy or relief was yellow? And green was... maybe like a peaceful feeling? I don't know.
Hereにいましたか。生身でその格好だと冷えません？まあ、どうでもいいんですけど。
Ah, enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur fashioned from the skins of your enemies, or... well, never mind that. Oh, I just skipped a whole thing of dialogue.
サベネアにあった塔が、かの英雄たちの活躍で消されちゃいました。
Our tower in Thavner has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom.
他の塔は引き続きエーテルを吸っていますから、それ自体は問題ありません。ただ、どうしても効率は落ちる。
Probably said something effective like I come bearing bad news or something like that. Given how many we have left at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon aether.
連中が各地でグズグズしてくれていたらいいですが、まっすぐここに攻め上ってきたら、間に合うかどうか怪しいところですね。
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
ならば奴は来る。必ずな。
Our foe is bold enough. Of that I can assure you.
さようですか。じゃあせいぜい足止めの方法でも考えておくとしましょう。
Yes, very well. Then I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome.
というかあなた、本当にあの人のことを話すときだけ楽しそうですね。他のことに興味はないんです。
Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
あ、そも
区別すらつかぬ。
No. All else is equal.
皆同じように退屈で醜悪だ。およそこの世はぬるいデードがごときもの。目を息を塞がれ、誰もが知らぬ間にただ死んでいく。
Equally tedious, equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
だが俺は光を見た。極限の中で己を駆り立てる熱を知った。奴との戦いはそういうものだった。
But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot. So very hot. Enough to set my soul aflame.
戦いを終えた時、
Man, my character's kind of a looker, huh?
戻れなかった。故に先などあるものかと幕を引いたのだ。
I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
あの言葉に偽りはない。今も俺はあの瞬間のためにだけ生きている。
Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment. Alright.
死を経験しながらそれほどの生きがいを持てるとは大変結構なことですね。
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more.
本当に憎らしいやら妬ましいやら。
I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
俺に問う以前にお前はどうだ。うるさく騒いではいるが、何一つ楽しんではいなかろう。
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? And despite your noisome antics, I sense you take a little pleasure in this endeavor.
うわ怖い。あれだけ無視しておきながらそういうこと言っちゃいます？
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence.
でも残念。今は少しだけ楽しいんですよ。
Nevertheless, you are mistaken, for I do find this part somewhat enjoyable.
私ね、人だった頃長いこと同じ夢を見ていたんです。
You see, when I was a mortal, I would always have the same dream.
途切れ途切れで登場人物の顔なんかも欠けた不完全な夢。知らない場所のことでしたし、単なる空想の一つだと思ってました。
It was a fragmented thing, disjointed. All the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind.
ただ、ある日それが真実とつながってしまったんですよ。ちょうどあなたが見ていた週末の夢のように。
Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth, much as your dream of the final days enlightened you.
あの夢が間もなく世界にとっても真実になる。
And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream too.
それだけは、ええ、少し楽しいかなと。
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy. The moon. It looms over us. All right. I got an achievement. Let's see where we're at. Is it this? 4, 6, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm actually outdoing myself from yesterday. I've completed 12 quests as opposed to 11. Maybe like... maybe like 1 or 2 more. Oh, there you are! Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholar Montechain and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Y'shtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphinaud can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Did I meant already? Yeah. There he is. Get a little practice in. I'd have to sit for that. Oh no. There we go. Yeah. Heading out for a stroll? The Scholark himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphinaud, of all people, worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less. Will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. I'm going the wrong way. Oh, and I should keep an eye out for these, blue quests, too. Although here I don't think I'd get an Aether Current from one in the city, would I? Maybe. Damn, I'm gonna be able to sit there in town and just vibe to that music. That is too good. Here it is, Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the Studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the Sixth Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astronomy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's Forefront Educational Institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he's recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then. Youngest to enter the Studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the Studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphinaud actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. And I am certainly not the Studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphinaud Levallour began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphinaud, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Montechain. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Oh. Oh, right. I remember coming in here. Give me one sec. Ooh. Excitable student. That was Alphinaud Levallour, wasn't it? The Alphinaud Levallour! And he's with his sister, and Master Baldesian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! Oh, sorry. You said you're looking for the Scholar, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But, Miss Elipo should have a better idea. What is going on here? Bro, you got a whole ass fan club. I assure you, I'll tell you all about it after my business with the Scholark is concluded. The Scholark? Tell me, my good fellow, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Levallour's graduation thesis? I too have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reason you have incurred the hire of the Forum? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers. Okay. Things were bad enough during our school days, and Alphinaud's time abroad has only heightened his fame. Or should that be infamy? He had his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them like ravenous dogs. Alphinaud, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. This is an interesting side of Alphinaud I've never seen before. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. You know, it's fair, to be honest. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pisa this, Tongue of Giganto that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. Yeah, the only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the scholar's whereabouts, yeah. I beg your pudding. You're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Will do. Ha! In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Right, okay. Yeah, I'm sure he got in, blew something up, and then walked right out. Maker's Meet. No screaming. Yes, the scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor. Perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Alright. Yeah, I'll go on your little wild goose chase. There we go. The whole crowd. Ah, I remember you.
ああ、こちらにいらっしゃいましたか。モンティシェーニ学長、先日は大変お世話になりました。
I pray we have not caught you in an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
お主らも来ておったか。 いやー、あれは災難じゃったの。
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged.
どうにか軽い措置で済んでよかったわい。わしは教え子たちのなぜを極力封じたくはないからの。
I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, I am, but a majority nonetheless.
本当にありがとうございます。あの後、バルデシオン文館の方にもいらしてくださったとか。
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
ガラフやルイゾアの孫たちに会いたくてな。
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galouf and Louisois in a less dour setting, but it seems I just missed you.
まったく大きくなったものじゃ。サーモン会での受け答えを聞いたとき、ジジイを代表して泣くかと思ったわい。
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves in the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye.
お主もこの子らやあの松尾やババアの弟子まで連れてよくもまあうまくやっておる。
You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Hey, I like you, Stola. You hush. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
学長、折り入って相談なのですが、哲学者議会の思惑や重大な役目というものについて何か教えてもらうことはできないでしょうか?
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
残念ながらそれはできん。わしも議員の端くれとして決定に従うことを誓っておる。
Oh, nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy.
あるいは話そうと思ってもできないと言った方が正しいかもしれんがの。
Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
わしらが代々継いできた使命は果てしなく重い。不用意に明るみに出れば世を大きく混乱させかねないものじゃ。
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
よって議会の承認を得なければそれについて話せないという秘匿の魔法がかけられておるのじゃよ。
Oh, wow. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
そんなことができるものなの?
How is that even possible?
では久々に講義をするとしようかの。みな席に座りなさい。
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please take a seat. Well, here we go.
おほん。ではまずエーテル学の基礎をおさらいしよ
う。We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of aetherology.
我々のような生命が有するエーテルは大まかに 3種類に分かれておる。
The aether which imbues us with life can be categorized into 3 forms.
魂、記憶、そして
2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third? Well, yes, if the other 2 were incorporeal, then surely the third would be corporeal. But I don't think that's what he was looking for. I'll pick it anyway.
お見事、正解じゃ。
Yes, very good.
多くの人にとって最も身近なエーテルはまさにその生命力じゃろう。
Okay, so that's what he was looking for. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar.
魔法を使うことで発散させたり、食事から摂取したりと日常的に消費と補給を繰り返している、とても流動的なものじゃ。
Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of aether is in constant flux.
一方で魂はそうそう変化をすることがない。そして記憶は魂と固く結びついているのじゃ。
In contrast, the aether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the 2 are intrinsically linked.
あくまで例えじゃが、魂を紙、記憶をそこに書かれた文字と考えると分かりやすいかもしれんの。
Picture the soul as paper, and the memories as words written upon it.
さて、そこに記憶と同質のエーテルを強く放射したらどうなる？
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink, the same type of aether as comprises the memories? It would blot out everything that was written.
まさにそういった理屈で記憶を封じたり、それにまつわる行動を制限する術があるのじゃ。
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well.
実は近年、この現象が大規模に発生した事件があった。何かわかるかね？
In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been? The Seventh Umbral Calamity.
エオルゼアの人々はダラガブから現れた竜が世界を焼き尽くしたところまでは覚えているという。
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm.
しかし、その後どう再生したのかについては一様に記憶が曖昧だと証言していた。
But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
正解じゃ。それが偶然に起きたことなのか、誰かの意志でなされたのかはわからんがの。
Indeed, to this day we have yet to determine whether that it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act.
しかし、記憶に干渉する術はシャーレアンにおいても禁忌のものとされておる。
The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the forum is based on a similar principle, and yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation.
哲学者議会にしても 新たな議員に九段の使命を告げた時のみ秘匿の術をかけているのじゃ。
Excuse me again. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process.
それを乱用して民を操るようなことは断じてありえん。どうかそこは信じてほしい。
There was, let's see. Last stream there was a word. There was a word that I had used to describe these people. What was? Oh, hypocrites. They're hypocrites. Jesus, I'm liking these people less and less. This guy's fantastic. Montechain's a real one. We like Montechain. But the rest of the forum? I'm about to throw hands with these people. A necessary evil. I don't know about that one. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
ちなみに、そうして塗りつぶされた記憶が元に戻ることはないのですか?
I should hope not, but can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
議員にかけられている秘匿の術に限って言えば、議会で9割以上の賛成を得れば解除でき、目するしかなかった真実を自由に話せるようになる。
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty.
その機会を得られなければ、正解に帰るまで待つしかないの。
Barring that, we must wait until we return to the Ethereal Sea.
正解ではすべての魂が現れる。まずは汚れ、すなわち魂や記憶に付加されたものが消え。
For there we will be purified. The blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
ごく稀に消えない入れ墨のように残る記憶もあるそうじゃがの。
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
現れた魂はどうなるの?
What happens after that?
ほどけて無垢のエーテルとなり、いずれ別のエーテルと結びついて新たな魂を形作るとされておる。
We are reduced to pure aether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew.
一方で、ほどけないままで物質界に流れ、別の生命として再誕する可能性についても長年提唱されておる。
Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form.
わし個人としてはいずれかが正しいのではなく、どちらの場合もあり得ると考えておるがの。
Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. My stunned look.
さて、お主らを地の深淵に突き落としたところで、今日の講義はここまでとしようかの。
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather an entire banquet.
な理由で協力はできんが、魔法大学学長として見込みある和コードに学びの援助をすることはできる。
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
皆がここフェノメノン大講堂を利用できるよう取り計らっておくとしよう。卒業生のみならずバルデシオン委員会の協力者についてもな。
I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Aldesian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
職員のキー・アリアポーに聞けば、共に切磋琢磨できる学友も見つかろうて。大いに学び、楽しむがよいぞ。
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Key Aliapo. She is well known among the artisans of Charlian, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for the knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you. Weird old guy. I like him, but he's weird. You've been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you're game, Key Aliapo would put your artisanry to good use. Okay. So this is level 82 now. These are 525s as opposed to 515s. I'll have to look that up on the market board and see what it looks like. So I wonder if my character had that kind of stun-looked because of the whole... there was that bit towards the end of Shadowbringers where it was kind of like heavily implied that at one point we may have been an Ascian, like maybe we're one of the Sundered. Or it's possible that like his whole soul melding theory is really true. I don't know. I mean, the Ascians were around a pretty long time ago, so I don't think I'm quite that old. But who knows? While Scholar Montechain is best known for his role as head of the Studium, he is said to be one of the finest mages Charlian has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease with which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magics, I have no reason to doubt the claim. Excuse me. Some of my earliest memories are of Scholar Montechain, actually. He was a close friend of our grandfather. He would come for tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like his demonstration with the paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the Studium in the first place. A capital idea. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the Annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Kialiapo, as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Well, I guess I could talk to her, but this is a Disciple of the Hand thing, isn't it? Yeah, Land or Hand, level 80. So we'll get to her. I've got... what do I have? I've got Goldsmith at like 73, so... I'm not super far from 80, but... I definitely can't be doing any of this stuff yet, so... I'll get there. Now, I guess I'll go to the main Old Charlie and Aetherite. So I want to take a look at that market board. And where? There we go. Pewter. Only thing I have is the weapon coffer. Not seeing it though. Let me look up Archer's Arms. Does this hit Palm Longbow? It's not terrible. I like the quiver quite a bit. The bow itself, though, I'm not sold on. And I believe... Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, thank you. I'll wait until the level 84 and see what that's got to offer me. You alright there? What's up, Graha? Oh, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding skills was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Cool. Our friends have asked that we bring the skills in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive? It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilberd. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Whew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Vertra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. Tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. Well, alright. back to good old Limsa. Oh, goodness. I should have checked to see if that main plaza was as much of a mess as it normally is. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seer and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Deep breath. My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn that we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? Yes, Xanax. Standing in front of these 3? Yeah, I'd need one. It hinges entirely on the warding skills and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the 3 allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radzahan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telefari at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilspar contingent. To think such progress had been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telefari's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality. For without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telefari. There's certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. there's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsebard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. I'm not going to say for revenge. For honor and glory? I don't know. Say for the people of Garlemald. I never thought I'd say that, but they do need some help right now, don't they? Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsebard. Ralbon and Lord Aymeric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better upon your return. Okay, off to Garlemald. Speak with Raubon in the Almegan Quarter. And they said Aymeric was there with them, too. Let me fly over this maze of buildings. The crowd! Oh my goodness, the crowd. I want to talk to Robin. I want to talk to Aymeric. Oh, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion? Collaboration never was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go, like a Gallicat swept up in a strong breeze. But rest assured, he will always be there when you need him. Probably. Alright. I won't try to talk to the other NPCs, I'll just get on with it. Oh, the Wanderers return. You've been busy, bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Aymeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsebard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, they've been our main kind of, or they've been Eorzea's main opposition for how long, you know? Now saying we're gonna go help them, yeah, I can see why people would be a little trepidatious about that. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I have battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Aymeric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Oh, shit! Word of your exploits travels quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telefori have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsbard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus, and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil, yeah. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. For what it is worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I am certain of it. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. Oh, what is this next quest called? I don't think I'm gonna take it. Best of the best, and we get a mysterious prize for it. Shit, I want to take it. Alright, one more, and then I'm done. The other members of the Ilsbard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. Yeah, one more. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly. Underestimated at your peril. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ilsbard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yeah, it's kind of sad in a way that Gaius Van Balsar himself can't come with us, but his reasoning is absolutely sound, so I totally understand. But it would be really interesting if I was standing side by side with the Gaius Van Balsar, you know, after everything that happened in Vanilla. By the 12. Holy... Lease? Is that Hoary Boulder?
お前たちも来たか。勝手にことを進めて悪かったな。
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
でもなかなか壮観でしょ。彼らが名手代行として今回の任務に当たるもの。
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. It is a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
いえ、帝国との未来を担う者と言うべきかしら。各国から集まったイルサバード派遣団の面々よ。
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsbard contingent.
こちらとしても驚くばかりだ。まさかこういった形で再びキコーラと肩を並べることができようとは。
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included. Is Lucia joining us? Ooh.
ルキア殿。
アイメリク様よりこたびの大役を賜った。この派遣が多くの国に、ガレマール帝国にとっても良い結果を残せればいいと考えている。
I have come at the behest of Lord Aymeric, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. For the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
そのためにどうか力を貸してほしい。改めてよろしく頼む。
We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
こちらこそ頼りにさせてもらいます。できることならば過去よりも未来に向けて共に道を探していきましょう。
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
では、顔合わせも兼ねて派遣団の皆を紹介しよう。
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company.
皆集まってくれ。暁も到着した。そろそろ始めよう。では、そちらから頼めるだろうか。
Might I ask you to speak first?
わかったよ。
If I must.
僕はアルンセンナ。我が姉、カヌエセンナの命により、ミエの幻術校としてグリダニアからの志願者を扱ってきた。
I am Aaron Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seetsier.
ガレマルドにおいて、君たちや救助すべき者の命を守るのが僕たちの役目だ。
We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
だから、ギルドの長から推薦を受けた幻術師たちを連れてきた。奏者島からその護衛に当たる者もね。
To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adders' finest serving as our escort.
もっとも、君ほどの白魔導士がいるなら心配はないだろうけど。ラヤお姉様が君に会ったらよろしくって言ってたよ。
Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Ryo sends her regards, by the way. Wow, that's interesting. They called out the fact that I have actually played white mage. Even though I'm currently barred, it's still registered that I've played white mage before. Interesting. Suppose I'd better say my piece.
あんた、断罪党の。
Wait, I know you.
ああ、そうだよ。シカルドだよ。この前はダセえとこ見せたな。
The name's Sickard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
どの面下げてこんなところにと思っちゃいるが、提督から相談を受けたヒルフィルのおじきがお前が見てこいって言うもんだからよ。
Anyway, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfer to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
そこでダダをこねちゃいよいよ断罪党の恥さらしだろ。俺は海賊だ。だからこそ乗った船に命を預けなきゃならねえ。
Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keel-hauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm. You've got to trust in the commander of your ship.
今回は帝国から奪うのもなしにして、船長の言うリムサロミンサの新しい航海術にかけてやるよ。
So, if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. That's not Hoary
というわけ
Boulder.
で、カジシと甲冑師を預かってきた。ガレマルドならどんな状態になってても鉄はあるだろう。こいつらがいれば寝る場所でも何でもこしらえられる。
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy.
グリダニアと同じく護衛役も連れてきてるぜ。ま、生きのいい公兵部隊だとでも思っといてくれや。
Of course, just like the Gridanians, we've got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
意気込みはバッチリだね。これは私たちも負けてられないな。
Please. Well, you're certainly raring to go, but then again, so are we.
アラミゴとウルダハからもナナモ様とラウバーンの呼びかけに応じて人が集まってくれたんだ。
The most dependable warriors of Ul'dah and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Alden's behest.
ガレマルドが崩壊してるなら道を開くのにも人手がいるでしょ。そうでなくてもテロフォロイに襲撃されるかもしれない。
If Garlemald is truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with the Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow.
そんな時に頼れる仲間たちよ。もちろん私とピピンも存分に使って。
Nice, Tarpin. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarpin and I will be leading from the front.
久々にあなたの暴れているところが見られそうね。
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield, right?
今はどちらかというとシュトラの方が大暴れなんじゃない？魔女様は怒らせるとおっかないって話に聞いてるよ。
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself, Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction.
帝国では厳しい現実が待ってると思う。それでもみんなとあなたたちと一緒にできるだけのことをしていきたいんだ。
Comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us.
今度はもっと多くの人に本当の自由が訪れるように。少しの間かもしれないけど、またよろしくね。
And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
イシュガルドからも対テロフォロイの戦力および労働力として私を含めた神殿騎士団が参加させてもらう。
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to peace and welfare of our allies.
帝とガレマルドがあるのは極寒の地だ。雪中での任務とあらば、いくらか助言できることもあるだろう。
Yeah. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
そういった理由で、派遣団の総指揮も私が拝命することとなった。不詳ながら尽力させてもらおう。
Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilsabard contingent. Okay, cool. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
また四大名家、特にアインハルト家の計らいで貴公子にも同行してもらうことになっている。
The four high houses, House Helenart, foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
彼らの技術は魔導兵器や帝国製の機器にも通用する部分があるからな。カイトの鍛冶師や甲冑師と共に活躍してくれるだろう。
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Linsula Minsa.
それからキコーラにはもう一人紹介を。
Oh, there is another awaiting? Oh my god.
エマネランドの
Lord Menelaine.
よう、フォルタン家を代表してエマネランド・フォルタン、ここに参上したぞ。
Yes, Menelaine de Fortemps at your service.
言っとくが、急に強くなってるとかないからな。兄貴が和平を目指すための派遣なら実にお前向きだって押し付けてきたんだよ。
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
そりゃ舞踏会の一つでもあれば速攻で帝国人とダチになれる自信がある。なくても正直戦えって言われるよりは自信があるけどな。
But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light. Thanks. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom. Gotta go with that one. She whispers it to herself.
さすが俺のマブダチ。任せてくれ。涙ながらに留守番してるオノロアにも楽しい話を持ち帰ってやらなきゃいけないからな。
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroy with my tales of daring do.
以上がグランドカンパニーエオルゼアからの参加者だ。
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea.
あとは東方連合からも来るはずなのだが、到着が少し遅れているらしい。
Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
っていうと、ドマの忍びの人たちとか？
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
いや、あいつらは広い東方連合をつなぐために奔走してる。飛燕からの伝言によれば、同じくらい頼もしい連中をよこしてくれるそうだが。
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hain, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead. Oh no, I just realized who this is going to be.
おいてめえ、俺の前を塞ぐなクソ男。
Yep. Out of my way, you preening fool. You know what? I'm happy to have him.
遅くなってすみません。東方連合よりイルサバード派遣団に加えていただくべく参上いたしました。
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
シリナ、それにみんなも？
Serena, and you've brought company.
俺たちの草原にはトウとやらも出てこなかったもんでな。いくらかはドマだのどこだのに向かわせたが、俺もいい加減乾き死にそうなんだよ。
For battle and blood we come, as a steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, and so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach.
さあ、一番前に出せ。殲滅だ。
But now our thirst for slaughter will be slacked. No quarter to the enemy.
さ サドゥさん落ち着いて。今回はダメです。皆殺しは控えて。
Sadu Katun, no! We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
噂に聞く草原のアウラ族と共闘できるとは光栄だ。そして後ろにいるのはもしや。
Warriors of the Steppe, we have heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
はい。ダルマスカ解放を目指すレンテの涙の皆さんです。
Oh.
それから、
members of the Damascus resistance group, Lent's Tears.
ボズヤレジスタンスの精鋭だな。
And the Bojan resistance.
どちらも腕が立つ上に隠密活動もお手の物だ。彼らがいれば俺一人で広い帝都を探索せずに済むだろう。
Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities, which is fortuitous since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
ダルマスカにボズヤ。先の戦いで解放されたアラミゴモだが、帝国によって侵略を受けた土地だ。
Dalmasca, Boja, Alamigo, all lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire.
ここに集まってくれた皆の意志を疑うわけじゃない。それでも、今回帝都に向かうのは、テロフォロイによって被害を受けた同志を助けるためだ。
I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telephoroi, the common folk of Garlemald.
だとすれば、かえって苦しい思いをしてしまう者もいるのではないだろうか。
And they are victims, make no mistake, though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
実はね、ここに集まっているのよりも大勢の人が派遣団への参加を辞退してるんだ。
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
多分、アラミゴだけじゃなくて、他の国でも。どんな理想があったって、帝国とは散々戦ってきたんだもの。仕方ないよね。
Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy.
でも、帝国と相対してきたからこそ知ってることもある。
But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth.
ガレマールの旗の下にいる人も人だった。許せない奴がいて、嫌な思いもいっぱいしたけど、だけど、それだけじゃなかったんだ。
They're just people, no different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all.
フォルドラと話せたみたいに、シドたちがいつも全力で協力してくれたみたいに。
Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Sid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders.
マキシマさんがこうしてここにいてくれるのだって。
Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma.
派遣団に志願したのは、それを体感してきた人。あるいは自分の考えや信念で割り切ることができた人。
So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help, or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good.
お互いの未来を考えるには、まず生きててもらわなきゃいけないって、ちゃんとみんな分かってるんだ。
It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
すまない。余計な心配だった。私も思いは同じ。この任務、 共に必ずやり遂げよう。
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
では、具体的な作戦を確認するとしよう。
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy.
我々が目指すテイとガレマルドは、北州イルサバード大陸の北方、中央山脈を越えた先にある。
To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain
今
range.
回はここアラミゴからガーロンド・アイアンワークス提供の飛空艇に乗り、山脈越えを決行する予定だ。
Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey.
ただ、テロフォロイが迎撃してくる可能性もある。
However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telephoroi.
彼らが帝国を牛耳っている以上、飛空戦艦を使われることや、妨害波でこちらの航行を妨げてくる事態についても考慮しておく必要があるだろう。
As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
そこで提案させてもらったのが、中央山脈とテートの間に広がる大雪原、マグナ・グラキエスで飛空艇を降りるという計画です。
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glacies.
テートまでは徒歩での雪中行軍となりますが、かの雪原にはもともと物資輸送に用いていた設備や道がある。
From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities.
何より見通しがいい。任務中は飛空艇を防衛し続けなければならない以上、守りやすい場所に止めるのは有効かと。
The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves, and the airships which must be kept safe at all costs.
今も各地でテロフォロイの計略に抗っている同胞たち、そして厳しい状況下にあると思われる帝国民のためにも一刻も早い行動が望まれている。
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested, sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed.
みんな、迅速に準備を進めてほしい。出来次第の出発としよう。
Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back. I'm surprised Magna, or whatever his name is, didn't say anything. He's the one that's always arguing with Sadu. Oh my goodness. Look at everybody. Ah! I mean, it's not everyone, but... Magnai, that's his name. With the Mole, champions of the Nadam, and the Datharl having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my stepbrothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral... Lucy has a Karen haircut? What? Maybe. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Datharli dog. As first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Lucia, huh? Maybe. I don't know if it's not quite long enough in the back, I think. but I can kind of see it. Fortunately, Lucia is very cool. I'm glad to see you well, Seishuku. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. Two suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer. And as they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes, and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. Did I talk to Saidu? I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Come on, Saidu. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it is a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. That's good. She has much better company on a hunt than any of the steppes oafish men could dream to be. Wow, you can, like, really run around here, huh? Would it actually let me? I didn't realize this place was so big. Oh no, it's just the exit. I know this is, like, formerly a dungeon. Oh, how many people do I really want to talk to? I want to get, like, a picture with everybody, but they're kind of like, some are facing this way, some are facing the other way. Maybe something like this. Maybe like that? Maybe I'll do a little victory. Yeah. It'll have to work. Oh, I do want to talk to Lise. Lise! Why did you leave us? I understand why you left us, but why did you leave us? We miss you. I miss you. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea, and charging about the Azim Steppe with Serena and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. Yes, I agree. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together, good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, aye? Yeah, same to you. And same to you, Miss... Fucking almost dies twice in expansion. Eh? Eh? Don't you go dying on me. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offer to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilzabard. That's fair. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophori. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding skills to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Lucia, one for you. Warding skills for the Asgardian delegation, I take it. These enchanted talismans, or should that be talismen, would probably require considerably less time and effort to produce if the alchemists of the Great Work were not so preoccupied with making them look pretty. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. and now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Amaric. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. It's like as stated before, there are a non-zero amount of Garleans among us. That set of warding skills I spy. Not that I would know what they'd look like. Wow, look at these! Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, huh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Yeah. Still conflicted on how I feel about that guy. I really kind of thought he was... I don't know. In Stormblood, I thought he was kind of a weaker villain. Like, he didn't have a whole lot going on to his character. So when he was the one to be brought back, I was kind of like, really? But I don't know. He's interesting. He's interesting, I will say. I don't hate him. I just kind of thought, of all the options, we heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Yeah, that would be trouble. They would be in serious danger. And before I forget, I have a message from Hain. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Authard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hain and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Yeah, it's too bad Yugiri couldn't be here too. I think Yugiri really deserves kind of a big moment. I won't say why, but if you know, then you know. So, Lucia's in command. Regardless of her background, she's a Temple Knight through and through. I dare say her Garlean roots are all the more reason for her to lead this mission. This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we're bound to succeed. I'm certain of it. We gotta stop being certain that we're gonna win, because realistically, we're still fairly early on in the expansion. Like, this is a level 82 quest, and it's gonna go up to 90. So let's not be so certain of victory quite yet. Yes? Alright, you little twerp. Take your damn warding thing. So these are the famed warding skills? Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa and learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelveswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal. It's true. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. And for you, Sickard. Hey, you got something for us? Ah, scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send, Einzahar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilford, told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land, in the middle of sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. We could still set sail. Hmm? Pippin! How's it going, dude? Often his father told me of the struggles faced by Al Amigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilsbard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. Do you have a warding skill for me too? Yes, I do, sir. Here you are. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabar, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamigan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. I wonder if I'm gonna have to do something special. Equip some kind of special gear when we go in there. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. Excuse me. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Justinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. Only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! I'm assuming this is Tataru. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Yeah. But how? I have my ways. Oh, yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsbard without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Arkmus and Blumwida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while, to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlan? Oh, why not? You can keep Cryo Company in the Baldesian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard, Arkmus and Blumwida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly dangerous or similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way back to Charlian, or make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. North Sea Coat. Oh my god. Okay, that one is a little better. That's alright. I don't know. Might just have to go cold unless they force me to wear it.